Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council Workshop. Today is Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. It's approximately 9:04 a.m. We're in the John Netz Community Wing of City Hall. I'm calling this meeting to order. If you could, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. And if you don't mind, if you're going to say a prayer, say one for Mr. Davis, Glenn Davis. He was here last week. He's in the hospital right now. He's having some medical issues. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. If you have devices, please silence them at this time. Ms. Ellison, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to begin today's proceedings with public participation. We'll allot 30 minutes for this opening volley if items that are not on the agenda. So if you have public comments concerning items that are not on this agenda, please come forward now. Yes, ma'am? Pull the mic down to you. State your name for the record, please.
Gotcha. Liz Esposito. Okay. Sorry. I want to hammer home the point that we really need a concrete skate park. The Change.org petition to build a concrete skate park in Palm Coast has 725 signatures, and it's not even a widely known petition. Per Carl's presentation on 7/14, a city our size should have a 44,000 square foot concrete skate park, and yet we still have nothing. We are asking to at least get a starter park as phase one and leave room for expansion like Ocala did. My husband sent a link to the Barber Park in Orange County a long time ago, and Ty recently just sent it to a lot of you. It only cost $300,000 last year, and it was built by Pivot Custom. We could get a park like this as phase one and add on to it as funds become available. Ty had mentioned using leftover recurring costs from last year and hoping that still would be a possibility. We've been begging for a skate park for years, and so far I've gotten nothing. Yet there is $569,000 magically added onto the budget for disc golf. I watch these meetings online. I haven't seen anyone come up here advocating for a disc golf course at all. So I'm just wondering how that got on there, but yet we've come meeting after meeting. We got kids coming here waiting 4 hours to speak in public comments. That's like really tough for them. Also, like many have come before me, I started advocating for this in 2023. There's people who were born and raised here said that they've been asking for decades and have still gotten nothing. So my husband and I first spoke at the Planning Our Parks meeting in 2023. Later, we emailed Parks Department and met with Director Hurst. Then we started coming to council meetings. In May 23rd of last year, I personally met with Vice Mayor Pontieri, Andy Dance, James Hurst, Jason DeLorenzo, and to look over the deck that I prepared, discuss the concrete skate park, and look for locations, but still no action has happened. Sorry. So we're tired of being, kind of strung along and having this not come to fruition. This is like way overdue for a concrete park. Please approve funding for at least phase one of a concrete park for us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Jeannie Duarte. Last week's motion by Gambaro and seconded by Sullivan needs to be revoked. Gambaro sits unlawfully and has no rights to vote. Article 4:7E of the Charter states such appointments are temporary and an election shall be held for the remaining 2 years of the term. Such election was never held. You are right, Mayor. You had the letter of the law on your side, but you did not have the support of the staff, who were too busy with the Lawson investigation to try to get you removed. You had the power to call for a special election and the power to declare an emergency. The lawsuit did not litigate the continued seating of Gambaro, only his original appointment. And there's a lot of noise on here. And a special election is contemplated in the charter under Article 7.5b concerning other special elections, and directs the council to, by resolution, to fix the time to hold such an election. There's some weird noise coming off this thing. Which that election did not take place. Attorney Duffy did not represent the lawsuit. He misguided the council and on August 27, 2024, after reciting the language and stated that the position was of his office, that the council shall appoint the next seat for position. But failed to include that the election should be held for the remaining 2 years of the term. The county also is interfering in the elections, in the city elections right now. Yesterday, all candidate signs were removed from two county polling locations located, sorry, I got a mess on my 3 hours. These signs were removed from these locations 3 hours before closing, leaving their directional signs and only candidates or groups that have tents visible for the public. My signs at the library were hidden behind a trash can, and the ones at the elections office were retrieved from a closed garage. Thank you, Andy Dance, for helping me retrieve them. This is a breach of trust, election interference, reduces visibility and interest, and violates citizens' rights to be informed. This is only a week. This early election is only a week, and our signs need to be left alone. You need to get off of that seat because it's not yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Sweeters. I've been here before in regards to a concrete skate park. Third generation Flagler resident, still nothing to do for the kids or the grown-ups. So we keep going to other counties and skateboarding and spending money there. We did see that there was quite a bit of money that has gone to a disc golf course, which would be awesome, but I don't play disc golf and I don't play pickleball, so it'd be really nice if we could get a concrete skate park. Nothing huge at the moment, but something to start with, and if there was room to add on in more phases as time went by and more funds were available, would be really, really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, sir. The developer of the Marabella apartment complex developed the disc golf course in lieu of paying park impact fees that would have otherwise been due. In addition, they donated the land that the course is being developed on. So just so everyone's up to date on that.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Councilman Miller?
Yeah, I was just going to add that disc golf, that's the case. It was built by somebody that built kind of a small community for the requirements of park impact. In terms of the just the comments about the skate park, I support the same that they're mentioning, that we look at, trying to find money. I know there will be some discussion of it today in the capital improvement plan as well. So look forward to that discussion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So there are funds now per council direction in the capital improvement plan to add the skate park. What I'll say is, I know it's frustrating, guys. I know it is, but things take time. And we tried to expedite the process by proposing land next to the YMCA that would be owned by the city, so that we could kind of create a concrete skate park in a quicker fashion to show you that we are listening and we do care. But nobody up here can snap their fingers and make things happen overnight. I wish we could, or make the money for those things appear. So Yes, monies have been put into a disc golf course because we had a developer that was willing to build it and design it and take on a lot of the costs that we would otherwise have to. And I understand that probably recently we haven't seen a lot of the advocates for the disc golf here, but they came to Chambers and advocated very hard for a while as well. So, and when we had the opportunity, I mean, look, I will tell you, I have talked to developers who have met with me and said, hey, we want to increase density for whatever reason. And I've said, would you be willing to do a concrete skate park? So I am advocating behind closed doors for you guys to try to see if there's something that can be done while other developers are developing property in the same way that the disc golf course came about. So just because you don't see it up here all the time doesn't mean that things aren't going on in the background. They are. It's just we're trying to find something that is going to satisfy you guys, to be quite frank with you, because I feel like there have been proposals that have been made and we've tried to find land, but there always seems to be something wrong with it or it's not adequate. So we're trying, it is in the, I think $300,000 is being set aside to at least get the process started, look at design. So we're getting there. It's not that you're being ignored. It's not that we don't care. I have very dear friends who want this skate park. It hits me on a level as a representative, but also on a personal level as well. So I hear you guys. We are working on it. It just, unfortunately, it takes time. So thank you for continuing to advocate. We are listening, and I think we are moving forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Gambaro? Councilman Sullivan?
I'm good, and I also hope that the skate park can be fit in at some point, but we're facing extremely difficult times. We see what happens with Amendment 3 and things like that as far as financing goes.
Thank you.
I support it, and I do support it more than the northern part of Palm Coast.
Thank you, sir. And we have added that specifically to our strategic action plan for this year. So it has higher visibility now. So we'll keep working towards it. As far as the signs at the polling locations, it came to my attention late, I guess, mid-afternoon yesterday. I was kind of out of pocket with my phone, but it came to my attention, and we spoke about it during our meeting. City Manager, can you give us an update on that as far as the signs are concerned?
Yeah, so the one particular problem here, it seemed like at the rec center where we have the 150-foot buffer that we need to retain, as well as the right-of-way issue. So city staff is working within the guidance that has been given to them by council, also keeping in mind that we do want to make sure that all people that are running for elected office, of course, have the ability to have their signs out there. We're just operating under that guidance that we've been given.
Okay, so have we, specifically for the community center, because we had that discussion about that narrow, so are they going to be allowed to have their signs there?
Upon the guidance from the consensus of council, if y'all would like that, some more consideration to be taken in that particular area, we just need that guidance coming from the dais.
Yeah, I know that in elections past, the last one I was more involved in, but code enforcement was pretty lenient, I would say. I don't know about the rest of the council.
I think there was one day where all of them got taken, and then after that, I think we had discussions, and then it became lenient.
Yeah, it's a reoccurring issue during an
Right.
election cycle. Everyone knows that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, also, I've been involved in that over the years. I've been involved in that over the years, and I did get similar complaints yesterday from a couple of people. And my understanding is the problem is you can have the signs with you while you're there and even stick them in the ground, but when you leave, they're saying you have to remove them. And I think that's the issue. Can they be left in place when you're not there? So I think that's the issue that I understand, and I have not had that resolved.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yes, sir.
So,
Go right ahead.
I agree that code enforcement during this time period should be lenient to allow all the candidates to be able to put out their signs. I think the issues that some of the campaigns are having is at the government services building and at the library where everything's gotten pulled up. So it's just a different interpretation of the law from the county's perspective. And they gave no notice. They scooped up everybody's signs. And I think folks are going to go try to retrieve their stuff, later today. But they're not even letting you put it in the ground unless you're there. I think from our perspective, we want to encourage voting. Right now the turnout's not that great. And so I think it would make sense to allow the candidates to still within 150 feet, but stay within the easements, just like any other signs you would have put up across the city, right? Make sure we're keeping it fair and consistent across the board.
That's not fair and consistent because we don't allow signs in easements.
I'm saying inside the easement, so like wherever the utility line is, that's what I'm saying. Keep
Sure, yeah, where they're allowed now, but that's not where people are putting them. And my concern, truly, and look, I've got signs. I had signs that were picked up yesterday, so it's not that this is a self-serving comment, but my concern from a legal perspective is, we have talked about signs ad nauseum from this dais and have put in sign rules. We can't allow campaign signs, but not allow realtor signs. And people complain to me about realtor signs all the time. And every time I get a complaint, I pass it on. I want to encourage voting. I agree voter turnout is really low, particularly for a primary and a gubernatorial. So we do need to encourage voting. But we can't pick and choose when we're going to enforce the law. That's literally unconstitutional.
I'm not advocating for that. I'm advocating within putting things in within the left of the right of way, if you would, not in the right of way, and within the 150 feet. That's it. But I just want to make sure that code enforcement isn't adding anything else on top of where our code currently stands. And then I'll just say publicly that I disagree with the county's interpretation of the law.
Yeah, we can't do anything about the county properties, right? So the library and the GSB, we obviously have no control over how the county enforces. I guess what I would like to see is just equal enforcement across the board. If there's a space at Southern Rec Center or the community center where signs meet what you're talking about, so that those probably small slivers of allowable space, right, then that's fine, and that should be communicated to everybody so that everybody is on the same page and then enforced accordingly.
Well, and I think that's what our city manager is looking for, just clear guidance from us to ensure that we're communicating one standard, which is written into our code, and not the enforcement of a more extreme standard or, a subjective standard or something that's not fair and consistent. And so I just think the messaging, because what you hear out in the community is different understandings of it, and I think it's important that we put out what the standard is, already is and what everybody has to abide by.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I will tell you, I was there at the community center. I actually pulled into the community center to, because I heard about the sign issues, and when I got there, code enforcement was there. And he explained to me and one other person that was there what was allowed and what was not allowed. And then that same person completely disregarded and did what they wanted anyways. So unfortunately, you have people who shake their head and say, okay, yes, I'll do what I'm told, and then they don't abide. And so if they're, like I said, that's why to me, equal enforcement and that communication is really important. But to say that we're going to be more lenient and allow signs that our code doesn't otherwise allow is setting us up for legal trouble down the road. So I think if maybe the city can send something to the candidates that clearly communicates where the signs can be, to the extent that hasn't been done. I don't know if it has been.
It has done.
Okay,
So
great.
Supervisor Election reached out to Code last week, and it was the same guidance that was last year. No guidance. has
So
changed.
there's nothing there. I did get that, but there's been nothing additional.
Correct.
I think there's, with the community center, just the design, the physical footprint is what lends to some difficulty there, because essentially the 150 overlaps with the easement, so there's no legal place to put it anywhere. And so when we ran the, kind of the common, the spot where we all agreed, or whatever the city agreed to, was basically between the sidewalk and the curb. That way, obviously that's still within the easement, but like that was away and as far away from the 150 as possible so that people could still have signs. I think to me, the bigger thing is communication and consistency.
Right.
So, whatever that set of rules is, it's different 2 years ago than it is today. And then, this new thing about, well, you have to be physically present to have them in the ground. That wasn't the case when we ran. I don't know. In fact, Government Services Building was the sole location where you could literally put them in and come back 2 weeks later and they'd still be there. Whereas every other location, the library and the city locations specifically said, hey, if you don't take them by, 8 p.m., an hour after polls close, we're taking them. And so, my only thing too is that it's, a lot of candidates don't have teams of people. People say, "Oh, have your team bring me a sign." Well, my team is me in a truck driving to your house to bring you a sign. And so, driving to 4 or 5 different early voting locations to put signs in the ground, and then 3 hours later, starting that whole trek again to pick them up. It's difficult. It's hard. It's a lot of work for people that it's just them as part of their campaign. And so consistency helps so everybody knows the rules, but also it's really difficult to get out there. And if you're one person, or maybe you got a couple volunteers, you can't be at every location physically standing there next to your signs to make sure nobody takes them out. So I get concerned with all the work that goes into this that, it's just being tossed out the window because it is hard. Every single person, whether they win or lose an election, is doing a lot of work. It's very difficult. And so I don't want to just discourage people from even trying because we're saying you can't have your signs there unless you're standing there with them. I don't know.
City Manager, can we communicate, can our communications department put out the standard, say, hey, that way people are operating off of facts, not hearsay?
Right, I don't see it be a problem with doing another educational push, but as far as guidance goes, so what I'm hearing as far as consensus goes is that we want to stay within the letter and intent of the ordinance, continue to enforce it as it is written, but we will have an educational campaign message. Am I correct?
I think that's what's important, and to make sure there's equal enforcement. I just want to make sure nobody feels like they're being picked on, nobody feels like their signs are being targeted. To me, that's the most important part, because if everybody is playing with the same rule book, the same set of rules, and it's being enforced equally, then everybody has, you're on equal playing field. To me, that's what's more important.
Mr. Zoblay is indeed present today, and we can make sure this happens. Thank you, ma'am. I had to get it in there. I'm sorry.
So, specifically about the community center, you got that stretch of grass right there before the hedges. And standard practice was you can put your signs there while the polls are open. Right before the polls are open, and you take them down right after the polls are closed. Are we all...
I'll be honest, when you say strip of grass, it's all a strip of grass.
Well, that strip of... Outside the hedges. Yeah, I was trying to pull up the map because I don't know where the easement.
I will tell you the guidance that went out from the supervisor election that ran it by code enforcement says that general rules: do not approach vehicles in motion in the parking lot, do not knock on car windows, do not block the flow of traffic at entrance or exit, signs may not be placed in the ground and must be held outside the 150 zone. So that's the guidance that went out, and that's what code enforcement said that they've done in the past, and it has not changed. Now, I hear you. Sounds like you guys have had different guidance, but that's what the guidance that went out. That's what, yes, that's what went out.
That is
I think
not
that's
how it worked in practice
a
prior.
confusion point. In my last days at on the county, I think that's where the confusion came, because I think the county at one point, probably back in 23, 24, as I remember, said it was okay to put the signs in the ground, but you had to remove them when you left.
When you left, yeah.
When the poll closed.
Yeah, that's...
They could
Yeah,
not-
you didn't need to physically be there with your signs,
Well,
but you needed to return and remove them by end of day.
Right.
Well, I think for the
As long as
purposes...
the 150-foot thing caused a big problem. It used to be 100 feet, if you remember, but it was 100 feet. That made things a little bit easier. When they went to 150, it really cut down on where you could put the signs.
I mean, respectfully to the county, we regulate our own properties. So if we want to allow signs in the ground, we can. I don't have a problem with that. My point is that it should be pursuant to the code. So however we enforce every other sign that people have is the same way we should enforce campaign signs.
I'm trying, and maybe we can get someone to pull it up. Carl, can you pull up a picture of the community center? We shouldn't be. It's just, the standard practice was, you pick them up at the end of the day, you put them out in the morning, pick them up at the end of.
Yeah,
But there's not, I'd like to see where the easement is there, really, that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's the problem, is where does the easement hit the
I'm
private
pretty sure
property?
they overlap with the 150,
think
so
they do,
technically there isn't any space in between.
Well, for the community center, the 150, if you're going into the driveway where the do not enter coming out, the one way in, one way out, the 150 mark is right there about just
The stop sign.
just west of the stop sign. Always has been, it hasn't changed.
So you can see on this easement, that's, the sidewalk and the strip of grass is within the easement.
Click on the city property. So the signs are in the easement.
That's my point, is I don't know how we get around the.
So you have about 4 feet maybe from where that easement ends on that curve to where the stop sign is.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, they really, if you go by the letter of the law, they can't put signs out there at all.
Yeah.
So,
Which, I mean, I know it's, look, I've been going out every morning with my signs and picking them up every night. I know it's hard. This time, I got 4 hours of sleep last night. This time of year stinks for candidates. It's a lot of work. It's part of it, though. So, but I mean, it's in an effort to make sure we're following the rules. And I just, like I said, if everybody is following the same set of rules, then you're all on equal playing field. And I know the signs are expensive. I bought a lot of them. So, but it's difficult.
So
I get it, but we gotta
just-
follow the rules.
We're going to send code by multiple times a day, community center, to make
You
sure
would think
people
that
are
people would
enforcing the rules.
respect, particularly this
Well, that's not
long
the case.
conversation, that people would respect the rules, but
That's not. There's always somebody that's going to push boundaries and limits in terms of rules with campaigns.
and if we have to, I guess we, probably wouldn't be for this council, but the next council, we could probably change the ordinance, specifically for campaign season during election days. Okay.
right.
Yeah, because then we're discriminating against
Yeah.
specific
Yeah.
types of signs.
Equal protection. I got it. So,
That's why it's a toss-up, and why we probably have it either, as this Pontier says, you either enforce it or you don't, and it applies to everybody.
Right. And so my concern, if we make the rule, most people comply because they follow the rules, and then a couple don't, but we're not constantly enforcing it. Now you're essentially rewarding behavior that is against the intent of everybody having a fair and equal opportunity here.
okay, make it simple. Follow the letter, no sign. In America, I'd like to get rid of political signs altogether. And this year, it's even worse than in the past because they're popping up all over the place where
Road
they
sides,
shouldn't be
yeah,
at
sides of
all.
roads and public.
So we're saying no. We got consensus on that?
Follow the ordinance.
Follow the law. Okay, so no signs in the easement. And they can collect the signs if they have.
It'll take a stop off that daily or twice daily trip.
Yeah.
Could I have one historical reference? There used to be a member of the school board named Gynes, and his campaign slogan was, "No signs, Gynes," and he always won.
I saw a next door post that said, "I will vote for the next candidate or elected official that attempts to ban political signs."
Okay, so are we straight? Do we have the guidance that code enforcement needs? City manager?
Do we want to clarify the Southern Rec Center, since we just did that with the community center?
It would be,
I think the concern was at least what I'm tracking, and maybe I'm incorrect, Mr. City Manager, but it was the main issue at these,
center.
There are no issues at the Southern Rec Center that I'm aware of, but you're welcome to talk about it.
Yeah, no, I did. I actually had somebody,
Okay.
a candidate, tell me their signs were removed from the Southern Rec Center, and I don't, it doesn't matter who it was, but they had one sign specifically removed from Southern Rec Center.
Okay.
All right, so we're good. No signs in the easement, code enforcement do their job.
And my what I'm being told by code enforcement that they are receiving calls, complaints about the signs, and that's why they're going
Yeah,
out
of
to
course.
remove them. So it's not like they're actively trying to pinpoint the signs.
So can we, I know you said it's already been sent out, but can we have the clerk send out a communication to all candidates or the supervisor of elections office so they can relay to all candidates this direction. That way everybody's aware and nobody's like caught off guard 2 days from now and all their signs get
I can
taken.
I can request the supervisor election to do that, and we can work with the PR team.
I just
here.
don't want someone to think, okay, I'm dropping off my 10 signs that I have, interspersed on the, either side of the community center, and then they come back and they're all gone.
So it's equal protection, adhering to the code. And it's not selective because we have candidates sitting on this dais
right.
that are not going to be able to put their signs out. So are we good on that matter? Okay, thank you, Jesus. All right, we're moving on. We have 3 presentations today. So we'll start with item E presentations. Presentation 1, all capital and fleet budgets.
Okay, good morning, Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering. I'm going to begin the first part of this presentation regarding the 27 budget fleet capital funds. And we'll go through the various funds.
I'm sorry, may I just ask a really quick question at the beginning? So in our summary that you all provided, which was really helpful, it's a nice summary for item E1, it does say that City Council gave direction for the rollback rate, and then the CPI, so rollback rate plus the CPI. Helena, can you just advise, based on the 2.20% increase from the rollback rate, how much money does that represent?
I didn't.
In other words, how much would need to be cut to get to rollback rather than the rollback plus the CPI?
Yes, the rollback was $1 million.
No, I understand that. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's that nexus of the plus 2.20? Was that the 1 million?
I think it is the $1 million.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
It's okay.
Okay, so we're going to start off here with the Capital Projects Fund. So this is the discretionary sales surtax. It's referred to as a small county surtax. It's 0.5% of the 7% sales tax collected in Flagler County. It is prorated across the county based on the state formula that was adopted years and years ago. It's committed for construction and improvement of public facilities. It is pursuant to an ordinance enacted by Flagler County, and it expires December 31st of 2032. So this here shows the revenues into this fund. The top line is that surtax. It's a little over $5 million and escalates over the 5 years. We have some grants in here. Current year, it was for the community center solar panels that we just completed, and the $300,000 is a grant we have in submission for redoing the playground at Waterfront Park. It would be a 50-50 match. Other revenues include some transfers into the fund, mainly for the mock.
Carl, could I ask a question about that?
Sure.
On the transfers from the water, wastewater management, stormwater.
Yes.
And if you look at the the mock funding on the next page, I wasn't here when you approved the mock, but when I added up the total amount of money going to the mock, including 26 through 31, it's $123 million for the mock, plus whatever we've spent above that, and what's going to be spent beyond 31. So my question is this: is the mock being funded by the $330 million bond issue that we've approved?
No.
Well, how do we prove that?
It is funded. It was included in the CIP plan when the utility rates were approved. It comes out of the utility R&R fund, so it's one of the
money's fungible. In other words, would we have been able to provide these funds and do the other utility work we need to do if we didn't have the bond?
Could you repeat the question? Yes, if we didn't do the mock, you could do more utility projects.
No. We're doing the mock.
We're doing the mock.
If we didn't have this money that we can bring forth from the utility funds as indicated, wastewater management, stormwater management. We're taking money from those funds and putting them against the MOC over the next 5 years.
Yes.
If we had not agreed to the $330 million bond issue, would we have been able to do that?
Yes, but council could have established reprioritizing utility projects. 'Cause if we didn't have the bond, there may have been more urgent needs in the utility projects where we wouldn't fund the MOC. We would maybe do some utility
I'm
projects.
not saying, I want the MOC
Yeah.
to be funded.
The
I'm just saying money's
Yes,
fungible.
right. Without the
once
bond,
have
you
it.
would, the MOC was in the plan and would still be funded and completed.
Just not at the levels that it's at now.
Well, it would be,
It would be the same.
our choice to prioritize versus other infrastructure
As the
improvements.
newcomer on the board, it just seems to me that there's a connection there, one way or another. And I just wanted to, flush that out, that's all.
Councilman Sullivan, I share your concern. I actually had very similar questions about this when I was looking at how much money was being transferred, and I understand the need for the MOC. My cautionary tale, I guess, that I would give to Councilman Miller and the mayor, as well as whoever takes our seats come November, is, when we were initially approached about the bonds, we were asked to take out nearly $600 million in bonds. We obviously did not do so. What I would say to the future council is, to the extent an additional bond is considered, the MOC needs to not receive any more funding. I mean, it needs to be done, and before any other bonds are taken out, that MOC needs to be completed so that we can make sure, yes, to your point, money is fungible. And I hear what you're saying, Carl, but I agree with Councilman Sullivan on this point in that the cost of the MOC may not have been considered when figuring out what the rates needed to be for purposes of the bond, but certainly I would imagine that when we were determining what the stormwater rates were going to be and what the previous water utility rates were going to be, this was probably worked in somehow.
They were both worked into both funds,
Yeah.
both rate studies, utility and stormwater. So it
So,
was considered in
yes.
setting those rates.
So it would have to be, right? So to the extent, when is the MOC supposed to be completed?
The MOC, 2031 is the end of the MOC. However, the public works portion is coming from the capital projects fund, and we always have these matches, fire station, some of the park facilities. So we're currently short on the public works side of the facility to fully fund it by 2031. So there may be a portion of the facility to build out all of the public works portion in beyond 2031, but utility and stormwater would be complete by 2031. We are currently seeking a grant, BRIC, to help offset some of those costs in this project. We're turning something in this week on that, the initial notice of interest on that grant.
How short in the public works portion?
We're kind of in the early stages. We're about 25% design on phase 2, so we don't have solid numbers yet. So on the plan here, through 2028, builds out the fleet facility, the wash facility, the fuel facilities under construction, the redoing PV grade, all of that infrastructure that went in to get the site going will be done by then 28. 29, 30, and 31 was phase 2. And that will more than likely be done in phases as well, based on the available funding to fund the public works portion. So, we may do the north-south connector road, some infrastructure work, kind of phasing like we did the first phase into like 3 components potentially.
Okay. I mean, the utility portion or the utility bond, no utility bond should be affected by the public works portion anyways. So, right. I mean,
Right. We could build out the site for only utility and stormwater and then do a
Right.
component of public works later. We're trying to approach that as the best means for public works. So they need more shop space first, more, that move the admin over first, so we're kind of working through that over the next year. And by next summer, we'll have more solid numbers and a better phasing plan because the design will be much further along.
yeah, so I would just say that if another bond for utility comes before this council, the monies that are being put towards capital projects needs to be looked at very carefully to see if even a year or two could be extended in order to not take out such a larger bond. So that's just the kind of future advice that I would give, because I was definitely concerned when I know the necessity of the mock, I get it, but it's a lot of money to put towards the complex. So just, to council, keep an eye on that as you move forward.
So this slide here is the expenditure lines, and it's kind of summarized in the agenda packet. We have the full breakdown that kind of goes into project by project and phase by phase, whether it's design or construction or land purchase. So if you look at the operating expenditures, that's just minor items associated with mainly facility type projects, an AC unit or things like that. That's larger than what's included in the facilities operating budget. Park rehab and renewals. We have some projects here next year. Part of it is the $300,000 match for the waterfront park. We're going to redo fields at Indian Trails Sports Complex, fields 1 and 2, the 2 soccer fields. When you first come in, and I'm just pulling up my little cheat sheet here. So Belterre master plan, the Y coming on board, we're going to analyze the Belterre Park and determine how that site gets repurposed and lay out, have some community meetings and council input and work through that process as redeveloping that park and what will it be and how do we reuse it. We have some dollars in here for the boardwalk assessment. Currently, as we get further down, when we get into the path and trails, the next line item, public Parks and Rec went out and started doing some renovation work on the boardwalk and Grand Swamp Trail that goes from Old Kings to Colbert. And during that rehab work, they found some additional rotted structural members as opposed to just the deck boards and whatnot. So we currently have a structural engineer out there now looking to do an assessment and see how the extent of the damage or the severity of the damage to see if it can be repaired, rehabbed. How do we approach reconstructing that? Or it may even be more costly to rebuild it. So we don't know that yet, but by the 25th we'll know. So I kind of know we have the fund balance reserves, that needs to be allocated in. I have some dollars in there next year. I think 250,000 next year to do some repair work on the boardwalk. I don't know yet if that's going to cover it. So there may be a need for additional funds. And fund balance could be a potential option for that project.
We'll know by that meeting.
I'll know by the 25th. I'll have a high level. I won't have a detailed cost, but I'll definitely know it's really bad, or it's repairable, or it's not that bad. So I'll have that answer by the 25th.
Okay. Just as a note, that's been shut down for quite a while now because we were going to try to do rehab and then discovered more stuff. It opened briefly, I think. But in combination with the Colbert Lane stormwater project, it's kind of shut down any
interconnectivity.
Interconnectivity of trails and for walkers, bikers, et cetera. So interested in getting that back as quickly as possible. It's a great trail.
And the structural engineer we have working on it is the one that's currently designing the extension of Grand Swamp Trail. That's going to take us from the trailhead in Old Kings Road down to Lehigh Trail. And that is the same engineer that designed the county one that goes south to 100 and over 100. And that's a concrete boardwalk. So that's what we're designing for the next phase of Grand Swamp Trail. But in our park rehab, we have monies to have the structural engineer go look at the other boardwalks while he's in town. We're going to go out and look at all the other boardwalks and see where they stand, so we have a better assessment on, what we need to rehab dollars we need to put in there, and so we can plan over the next 5-10 years. So working our way down, IT technology upgrades. The 886 this year is really building out their server room here at City Hall, as well as making some upgrades to our backup facility over our water plant 3. So that's happening. And then now, future years, we have a little bit more work at water plant 3 with some other park facilities and general IT capital upgrades over the 5 years. City Hall, that was just wrapping up some design work for doing some exterior modifications here. We didn't plan construction in the 5 years. We pushed that off. Fire stations, that is some dollars that we spent to put in the solar and here on those facilities. That is, again, split with fire impact fees. So, and then, I apologize, that fire station is for Fire Station 25, the bay doors and work. And 28 is a multitude of things over across various stations, whether it's major, it's bigger dollars in facilities handles, repainting the facility or redoing all the carpet or, bigger items like that. The mock, you can see that's the biggest line item in this budget. Like I indicated, 26, 27, 28 is continuing, finishing up the fuel facility and PV grade, as well as completing the rest of the work. The contractor is finalizing his bids currently for the remaining work. Numbers seem to be coming in based on their estimate and projections. They have a lot of interest in their bids, which is good. We're getting a lot of competition. Pricing may not be dropping severely, but we're getting a lot of competition, which is good. So we plan on bringing that to council October 6th. Wetland mitigation bank, that's the land that it's not going to be a mitigation bank anymore. Initially, we were looking at building a mitigation bank on the land that we purchased. It's really to address those wetland impacts on the land we purchased. We have to correct those impacts over time. Saltwater canal, that is the assessment on the saltwater canal system that we're doing now with Taylor Engineering. So that's ongoing. That will finish up next year. The energy improvements, those were the solar panels on Fire Station 20, the 2 new stations, as well as the community center. Some of that was offset with the grant. The ADA transition plan, that's just to, as we do projects at facilities or we do standalone projects, to just bring our facilities more into compliance with ADA standards. And then interfund transfers, those are really the matches for projects, whether it's the fire station or park projects that were ongoing or proposed. Any questions on Capital Projects Fund?
The contingency reserve out in 2029, geez.
Yeah.
2029, how do we get there? with
That's
that?
really money, that's extra money that, well, I say it's not extra money. That's money we're not spending that's being built up to fund the following year in 2030 for the mock.
Okay.
So it's just public works, and it's just dollars that are going to be in reserve for the mock for the next year.
Thank you, sir.
So this one here we'll probably have more discussion on, or we're going to need discussion on the Streets Improvement Fund. So it has 2 funding sources, the fuel tax, that's a local option fuel tax. It's 6 cents per gallon that are purchased in Flagler County. It's distributed per an interlocal agreement based on the lane miles of road that each entity maintains within the county, and it's restricted to transportation expenditures. Then there's the state revenue sharing portion, and that's a portion of state sales tax and use tax collections and the 1 cent municipal fuel tax.
Yeah, quick question, Carl.
Yes.
And maybe Helena. Since the BJ's went in, has our revenue, has it increased? Has there been a significant increase in revenue from that to that fund since they have that major fuel depot, I could say?
No, I have not
No
seen. We haven't
significant-
received the estimates for the state, so they send it to us once a year. They're projecting late August of this year, where they'll let us know what to expect for the following year. But this revenue source has become just basically flat.
Flat, okay.
Exactly, over the past few years. And I think that's across the state, because even the FDOT has the same concerns.
I don't understand how it could be flat. If you add millions of
Electric
people,
cars.
Well, I was going to get to that.
there are, but I don't know if they're like, are they really offsetting millions of new residents? That's a lot.
Bucky's has taken business away.
Yeah, we got one north and one south, though. It's something that needs to be explored by, not just us, I guess, but
Well, that-
by county is,
Would the state have to do that?
as far as electric vehicles,
Electric fees
I don't know, but
to allow us to do that?
it would seem like a good idea because
Many
they are-
states have it.
Yeah, they are using the roads, right? Maybe like per mileage, say every year you have to report your mileage and they base your taxes on that.
So, Mr. Mayor, I've one of my clients is a car sailor, and we work in IT for them, so I happen to know a lot about registration fees for some reason, and a lot of so I know what like 50 different states are doing, and a lot of states have some sort of annual registration fee where they're just estimating like they're not able to capture mileage and then charge you back for it. But what they, for instance, a normal vehicle might be a $25 fee, but they know they're going to get the gas tax back from the usage of the roads, but they then charge, say, $150 for a hybrid electric and $250 for an electric as part of your annual registration, and then that goes into a state road fund that then is divvied down to counties and cities and things like that. So that's how most other states are handling it, is like a one-time annual fee that they're charging. But I don't think Florida state statute allows for that. So I think that's the problem. There's also a lot of municipalities in other states are allowed to enact like certain fees, title fees, road fund fees, things like that would go just to the city, that every registration has $4 on it, and that goes to the road fund and can be used to repair roads. The state of Florida does not have that either.
Maybe we should explore that.
Well, I think the concern, I would welcome the exploration. I think the thing is it's state, so they have to allow us to be able to enact these fees or have a different fee for an electric vehicle.
Well, I'm from South Carolina, and this is something that we are lucky in Florida we don't have. When you go to register your car in South Carolina or update, you're from South Carolina too. When you go to update your registration, you have to pay property tax.
Yeah, it's the ad valorem on the car. Yeah,
so
Virginia has that as well.
It can get pricey. That's why people I sold it to them for $1. So, okay, that's just a point.
Yeah, the state legislature is going to have to step up to the plate and get something done. Yeah.
So here is the summary slide of the revenues and expenses. The local option fuel tax, you can see it just goes up very incrementally per year. Same with the state revenue sharing, much less than inflation. We've covered that in past presentations. The other revenue, that's really interest earnings, and then fund balance appropriations, that's just funds from the prior year being carried over that are being used that year. In terms of operating expenditures, in the current year, that big 969, the bulk of that is for the Whiteview resurfacing. That's part of that project. And then we have 50 grand next year. I don't recall what those are, but I can get that. Oh, traffic calming plan. So we did set aside 50 grand for that.
Can you help me here, though? Why is it that $969,000 for the Whiteview project isn't a part of that overall funding? It's a part of that part. Like, why is it listed as a separate line item here?
Because the transfer out to the transfer into impact, it's a split line item on the PO for the Whiteview project. The bulk of it's coming from impact fees, but the resurfacing portion outside of the new lanes and of the existing road is funded out of this fund. Because we're repaving the entire roadway with the project.
Okay. And then the traffic signals, are these, I want to make sure we're not paying for new traffic signals to the extent, they're growth related. They should be impact fees.
Correct. The new signal in Seminole Woods you'll see it's in the Transportation Act Fee Fund. The 723, we redid 4 strain pole signals on Belterre this year. And those are what the over 600,000 is what it is. Those other components of traffic signals is the major components that's not in the sign in traffic signal shop and Public Works. This is for the bigger components. They got to change out a whole head or replace a cabinet or controllers, major costs that are that are more capitalized type costs as opposed to just regular maintenance parts and pieces. So that's what those $200,000 are for across the and as well as optimizing our signals. We want to do enhancements to upgrade the signals to be more optimized. Sometimes we have old controllers. We need to update the controller so we can tie the signals together to sync up and things like that.
Has the lead time on the cabinets gotten better?
We have quite a few in stock now. Public Works has some in stock, so that hasn't been an issue. We've been able to use some of our stock on projects, and when the new one comes in, it's just replacing our stock. So hasn't been an issue. I know Seminole Woods just became live last week, so just putting that out there, that one is up and running. So we go down to safety improvements. Those are, various improvements, whether it's intersection, turn lane enhancement. Primarily, that's what they would be, fixing a crosswalk, things like that. Continuous street lighting, we wrap that up next fiscal year. We only have a few roads left to complete. Our bridge rehab, this is an item that, we did some major rehabs, I want to say 10 years ago. I think Clubhouse was done maybe 20 years ago, the one by the golf course. And then the ones on Palm Harbor, those were done. There was one done or two in the C section. So a lot of those saltwater canal bridges had a major rehab done. They were, $1 to $2 million a piece. But as we're getting, they do, these bridges are inspected by DOT, typically every 2 years, but if they're on a more critical severity list, they're every year or every 6 months. Well, we just got 2 in that are on the structurally deficient list. So one of them, I know one of them is pipes, and they don't consider lining pipes structural enhancement. It has to be replaced for them to be upgraded. So we are working through those, but you can see we plugged some dollars in here, but that is gonna more than likely over time need to be ramped up and take dollars away from the pavement program because we obviously can't have a structurally deficient bridge. And a lot of these items on bridges, if you address it early, you stop the deterioration. If you start having concrete spalling or you have sealants failing or the slope concrete failing, you don't want it to undermine and cause a much bigger problem and repair costs. So some preventive maintenance saves us a lot. So our Scott Kehoe, our traffic engineer that's been here about a year, Bridge is big in his background, so he's really digging into these reports and trying to assess them all. And over the next year, I think we have over 50 bridges. I think they're considered bridges. Because if the pipes are large enough, or there's multiple pipes in the space close together, it's considered a bridge. It's good and bad. The good thing is DOT inspects them and gives us like a 50 to 100 page report, of an assessment through a structural inspection. So just wanted to make note of that is an item that we're going to have to spend more money on. Same with our traffic signals. We had over 50 signals across the city, and a lot of them are getting older. So we're going to have to spend more dollars to replace the heads, to redo the wiring. Things like that are going to have to be done. So, that again is going to go up over time and taking more money away from pavement management because we need functioning, operational, safe traffic signals. So just want to make note of that we kind of kept it flat here across the 5-year plan, but as we start to identify some major items that we need to address, we're going to need to shift some dollars around. I did hide the street rehab and rehabilitation renewal fund. This year we're looking to wrap up Belterre. They're moving along really nicely, doing excellent work. Very happy. We have some dollars in the coming years. And I have some additional slides following this. We'll touch upon that more. And then the fund balance contingencies, again, is just the carryover to the next year. But you can see I don't have the balances here, but we're pretty much spending all the dollars that come in. We're doing as much paving as we can, or street pavement management.
Carl, I would like to say that I got a compliment the other day, the first day of early voting, about the turn lanes on Belterre. That was, they said they were happy that that's finally come to fruition.
Yeah, we hope to open up at least the 2 right turn lanes on Royal Palms and Belterre here shortly. They're getting real close. They're not going to do the final paving of asphalt. They did the first course, and they're going to slope it down and make a better transition and open those up. We have some pipe work under Belterre that has to happen and move the guardrail before we can, and they're going to repave the whole intersection at the end. But we hope to open those 2 up, and then they're going to work on the median turn lanes. But those 2 will help. Well, the one in Royal Palms will definitely help. That one's a big impact. But the left turn lane is the next critical one. We're pushing them on to get the southbound left turn lane onto Royal Palms extended.
I just wanted to add to that. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I know there's a lot of, I think, concern with both the Belterre project as well as the town center changes. And the feedback that I've received now that those things are kind of starting to be in place and people are getting used to them has transitioned to a lot of people saying, hey, I was concerned with this, and now that I'm using it, it's working, and I like it, and I think it's better than what it was before. So just wanted to, mention that and thank you guys for, the work. We're doing a lot right now, right? We're doing Wyview, Belterre, Palm Coast Parkway. We did town center stuff. We're doing design for Old Kings. We're trying to get Old Kings North out to bid right now as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and you know, we're executing. So thank you.
Yeah, to piggyback off of that, I've gotten numerous compliments on the efficiency and the wonderful work being done on Palm Coast Parkway. I think, from my recollection, this has been the most seamless road project of this size that we've had. They've been, as far as what they're doing, pretty out of sight, out of mind for the most part, as far as getting it done in the middle of the night so that our traffic isn't disrupted in a major way. And they're doing beautiful work. Everything's been clean. I haven't seen trash from workers and things of that nature. So they've just been really respectful of the city while they've been doing it. So shout out to them, and to anybody from staff who's kind of managing that project and overseeing it. You're doing a wonderful job, so thank you.
Yeah, we got a staff member that goes out, you know, middle of the night, is out there and then makes it into work, you know, as well. So he's putting in some extra time there, and it is going seamless. It is going very well. Very happy.
I nominate him for honorable mention for city manager's report this month. It really has been a great job. Thank you.
So I just wanted to, I have a few slides here just to show the pavement management program. This was our arterial roadways kind of over the years of the 3 scans. You know, it shows fairly consistent levels of, you know, below our 70, not too far off. You know, really, you'll see on the graphs, it shows it more accurately. This one here, the residential, you can see that there's a drop over time of our residential roadways, and that's obviously due to, you know, the shortfall in the funding for the program. So this here identified the funding need. You know, we needed roughly additional $10 million to maintain our roadways at the current level. So we have 2.5 now. We really need 12.3, so almost $10 million more annually to help maintain our roadways. The red shows what our current funding would be based on if we continue our current program of just funding the arterials. You can see over the next 4 years, because we're getting to that critical point where our residential roadways are going to decline very fast. So over the next 5 years, you can see it drops quite, I bet. Once you get below 60, it'll drop even quicker.
Need to find some money.
Carl, can you go back to the last slide? Because
Sure.
I did see further on the presentation, we kind of have to pick a pathway here, right? What we're going to dedicate funding towards. And
Yes, I
think
have that
you
in the coming slides.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out on this slide, it appears that between 2021 and 2026, I'm sorry, can you go to the arterial one? Yes, thank you. That, like, to your point, the residential has gone down, but the arterials have gone up. And I don't want to start neglecting the arterial, but I do think it's important to point out that we've seen a pretty positive jump in that bright green PCI range. And then a little, it looks like we're staying pretty steady in the Port of Fair range. But the residential has drastically decreased. And do we have a comparison of mileage for arterial roads versus residential?
I did. I don't know if I have that here.
I guess my point is, I know there's been a lot of pushback on the things like microsurfacing and things of that nature, but the fact of the matter is we don't have enough, we'll never have enough money to mill and resurface all of our residential roadways. I fully understand the necessity to mill and resurface, or I'm sorry, mill and pave arterials because of the traffic and the wear and tear on them. The residentials, while I understand that we don't get, you know, the longevity that we get from a full restructure, mill and pave, the global solutions do provide, you know, at least this ability to stop water from getting into a lot of the base and things of that nature to further deteriorate those roads at a quicker clip. So I just wanted to point this out as we're picking kind of a path forward and how we're going to spend what is ultimately a very small pot of money compared to what we need. So I appreciate you going back to this because I just wanted to point out that PCI from 2021 to 2026. what we've been able to do on the arterials versus what we really need to do on the residentials.
Right. On the arterial, you can see back in 2017, we were about 10% that were fair or poor. And, we're at about 20% now, and it's pretty similar to 21. Obviously, because you can see when we get to the graph, we need a little bit more than 2.5, because our arterials, we want to really be above that 70, 'cause once those start to go, they go quick with the amount of traffic, the speed of the traffic, the type of vehicles on it.
But I mean, in the aggregate, if you look at it though, truly, you say you want to be above 70. In the aggregate, we're about 20% to 80%. So right now, you've got 80% that are 71 or higher. So
Yes.
I think we're doing pretty decent based on what
The arterial program is doing well
Yeah.
based on the way we're funding it now. Correct.
Yeah.
And you'll see if we do shift some dollars around, what impact that has. I have a graph for that. So this here is the funding need. So obviously, we don't have new revenue source. We don't have additional funds. We are pushing off any median beautification unless it's part of a road improvement project. Same with neighborhood signs, entry gateway signs, any sidewalk projects. All those are unfunded. Option A is currently keep doing what we're doing, put the money towards our arterials to keep them on par with our, maintaining a 78 PCI, which is the recommended approach. Option B is, shifting some dollars, keeping our arterials going with some funding, but putting $1 million per year towards the residential collector roads, because, we're trying to, our residential collectors, you'll see in the upcoming graphs, are really going down quickly. And those have a lot more traffic than the local residential roads or even the cul-de-sac roads. So that's why we kind of broke out the graph. So you can see here, this is if we continue just funding $2.5 million or so average per year for arterials. It drops from an 80 today down to a 78 in 5 years. So even at $2.5 million, it does drop over the 5 years. Our residential roads, you can see the purple are our cul-de-sacs, which it does make up quite a big portion of it. I should have put in the breakdown of the how many roads there are, but you can see it drops from a 69 to 62. The local roads drop from a 68 to 61, and then our collectors go from a 67 to a 57. So, the collectors are the most, like I said, are the most traveled roads that we have for the residential roads typically. There are a few that are probably less, but those are typically our most traveled roads. Those are like our Pritchard, Eric Drive, those types of roads across the city. I think we have, I don't remember how many we have, 70 of them maybe.
What is Town Center Boulevard?
It would be, yeah, it would probably fall into,
Collector.
it's more of an arterial collector. It's then maybe a minor arterial, because Old Kings Road would be, Royal Palms is a collector. Town Center would probably be considered a collector because it does connect 100 to Old Kings. It may be a minor collector. Old Kings would be like a major collector. We don't break them down into that detail. Typically, if that doesn't have homes on it, we consider it an arterial roadway.
Okay, I asked because obviously we need to know what pot it falls into because I don't.
It's in our arterial roadways.
It is. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you for that.
And you'll see that on the next slide. So this here would be the roads that we would do if we just do arterial roads. In 27, we would do Belterre and Town Center, so a portion of Belterre. In 28, we would do the remaining Belterre, and then in 29, this would be Old Kings Road Phase 3. That is in really bad shape now, and we went after build grant funding. It's been in the DOT work program for 15 years now, hasn't been funded yet. We got some various other roads as you go down here. You can see, there's a dozen or so roads over the 5 years. And then option B would be if we reduced our funding in arterials to $1.5 million. You can see it drops from, down to a 74 instead of a 78. So we, overall system-wide, we lose about 4 points in our PCI, but our collectors basically go from a 69 to 66. So we're really trying to manage our collector roads. You know, we have a lot, some sections in the 40s. So when we do these collector roads, we're going to have to do some deep milling. It's not just a standard mill and resurface at this point. So we're spending extra dollars trying to fix the roads in certain sections to get them back up to, you know, having a structural integrity to the roadway system.
I have a couple questions here. So the money that you say, the 2.5, that is without using any fund appropriation. Yeah, right? That's
Correct.
okay.
That's just known funding, assuming,
Right.
you know, things they.
That's
the way
gas
they're
tax
going.
and sales tax.
Gas tax and sales tax, current funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then why is Town Center Boulevard not coming out of the CRA money?
It could.
Okay.
There's no money. Currently, we're trying to pay back the utility fund. We'll go into the CRA budget. We could defer paying back the utility from the Kickstart program and fund town center out of CRA. That's
So
an option.
do we know, can you go back to your Plan A with the arterials listed? Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Too far.
There you go. Stop. Okay. So for council, I would suggest moving Belterra Parkway out of there and putting Old Kings Road, Boulder Rock, White Mill, not Hargrove, and I'll explain Hargrove in a minute, but I would essentially flip fiscal year 29 and fiscal year 27. Use CRA dollars to pay for Town Center Boulevard, move Belterra down, and get more roads fixed now with funding. Because to your point, Carl, Old Kings Road in that patch is really bad. White Mill's bad. Boulder Rock is bad. I mean, I know we have a lot of bad because we have a lot of roads. 1,200 miles of roads.
1,200 lane miles,
Yeah,
roughly.
it's a lot. So that would be my suggestion, and then maybe try to, I don't know if grants could be available, but you can maybe economies of scale attack Belterra Parkway more in whole, maybe in 28 and 29, and move this chunk of roads that we know need to be addressed sooner rather than later up to fiscal year 27. The reason I would take Hargrove out, there's two. One, the current DRIs for the westward expansion say they have to address Hargrove. Two, I know for a fact there is currently, I don't know if it'll see this board or the next board, but coming in the pipeline through planning is Hard Rock. Cement is coming back for a special exception because we denied their rezoning. They're coming back for a special exception. And I would say that as a part of a public benefit, if they want that public exception, they need to take care of Hargrove. So I would remove Hargrove and put it on developers for a lot of what they're going to cause to Hargrove through their continuous use as they build out that park. Take that out. Don't put that on our taxpayers. And take fiscal year 29 roads and get more done now and use CRA monies to pay for Town Center Boulevard. That would be my suggestion in looking at this 5-year pavement plan.
But that would be assuming we approve that cement plant, right?
Well, no, it's not assuming that. It's assuming that we take Hargrove and either one or the other ask the developer that said they were going to pay for it and the DRI to actually pay for it, or use it, yes, to the extent that it can be for a public. Because I think this special exception is going to be we have a little less discretion, to be quite honest with you, there. But I think if we're going to look at a public benefit that will help that entire park, that's something pretty strong to look at. So I just would hate to see our taxpayers pay for that when there are at least 2 other vehicles to get that done.
Why did we prioritize this way? Belterra.
The engineering staff looked at the current PCIs and various sections. There may be some segments that are bad. So that's really what they did it at. I know some of these roads are in really bad shape. Moving it a year or two, one up a year and one down a year, probably shouldn't have much impact because they're probably fairly similar. But I know they put it together based on analyzing the PCI and then doing some field visits. But I can provide more detail if they see any concerns with making that shift. I can come back to, when we come back and have budget discussions. I can bring those findings to you.
And that budgeting we still have that carryover that we could, I've advocated for rolling into the street.
Right.
Improvements.
Part of your fund balance appropriation could be to go towards streets, fund balance. Right. Yes.
Yeah, I would like to know which which roads are in worse shape by, technical engineering assessments.
They try and
I know,
group them
I know what it feels like when we drive over it, but.
Right.
but-
Belterre's
but
a big
that's-
road,
that's a
so it's
good
kind of
option to look
hard.
at.
And some of the small roads, they try and group it together based on the amount of available funding too. So 29, they grouped a bunch of smaller roads together. But yeah, we could do that and then combine Belterre into a bigger project and maybe skip a year and do it as one bigger project like we did with Palm Coast Parkway.
Yeah.
So those are opportunities.
That's what I'm kind of thinking because, a lot of those roads that are in fiscal year 29, I actually went to 3 of them yesterday, and they're pretty bad. And then to your point, I mean, if we can hit Belterre the way we did Palm Coast Parkway, I think that that's a winning plan. I mean, Belterre is not so bad that it needs to get done yesterday. I don't think. It's my opinion, obviously, but.
But yeah, Town Center could either be moved to CRA, could be funded with fund balance. You could do it, either way.
To the extent we can move some repayments around and get Town Center Boulevard done with CRA monies, that's what I would advocate for.
Yep, same here.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was just going to add in.
CRA should pay for CRA streets.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I had actually looked at this as well for FY29, and I did also go to some of these roads to look at them. I drive, the north end of Belterre every day, and to me, while we have some issues where the pipelining was done and things like that,
There's some low spots around some of the
right,
manholes and things like that. Yes.
we have those. There's not like glaring potholes or anything like that going on that makes it a dangerous road to drive. So I would agree with the potentially kind of flipping FY29 to FY27 if we have consensus with that.
Yeah. So we move 29 to 27, move Town Center to CRA, and then maybe nothing in 28, and then in 29 we do all Belterre. Is probably how the revised plan would look.
Yep, that doesn't sound too bad. One point, Carl.
Yes.
Someone sent me an email like 2 days ago and was talking about my street. Said he put in a request to have my street repaid. Just so you know, as long as I'm the mayor of this city, my street will be the last street you should ever look at. And I'm on a small cul-de-sac. So if someone comes to you with that, no, they can pound sand. You're not repaving my street. There's other priorities in the city. And I don't know why somebody that lives well away from my house will be putting in a request to have my street.
Just as an aside, my engineering staff, we're putting together pictures for that pavement management program, and they happened to have a picture of my road, and they didn't realize it was my road. And I live on a small little cul-de-sac, and they were trying to showcase how bad it was. I'm like, we're not putting that picture in that presentation.
No. We have
I said, my road is good. It's a
we have-
cul-de-sac, like you said.
We have other priorities, like Londonderry. Londonderry's,
I know Laramie is a little bit
Laramie
iffy
also,
as well.
yep. The people on Laramie want speed control devices.
So-
because a lot of kids walk that street.
So if we go down to the split program, you can see some of those roads come off, Hargrove, Boulder Rock, Old Kings, some of those are further down in the plan. If we take Town Center out, obviously that can be funded a different way. Belterre got split up into 3 segments because we have less money and it is a big roadway, but we could shift these dollars around too and push Belterre down. That's definitely an option if we wanted to start doing some of those roads. You can see Laramie is on here. I know I got multiple requests for Laramie from numerous residents. Pine Grove's on here, Pritchard's on here, Rickenbacker, Boston Lane. So these are all the roads that we want to start doing some of our collectors that are below 60 or in the 60s. Lots of segments some of them have in the 40s. They're really bad. If you go on any of these roads, we have more than this. We just don't have enough money to go around. They're getting bad, and they're going to get a lot worse quicker.
Carl, how much would it cost? So what are you saying the cost of each of these different
This is $1
facilities?
million per year.
So we could take fund balance and say $1 million we're going to put towards the residential collectors from fund balance and attack these one by one, and stick with the arterial plan, the plan 1 for arterials with the dedicated funding, and then take $1 million in fund balance and say whatever fiscal year we pick. I would actually pick fiscal year 28 over 27, but I'm not going to, it is what it is, whatever you guys decide. But the point is, for funding purposes, we could take fund balance and put it towards this, right?
You could use the current year of 1 million of microservicing also. Our staff feels it's more economically, microservicing is great to have in the tool bag when you have a program that's more properly or adequately funded. When we have roadways that are going to cost so much to, more than just milling resurfacing. We have to put an additional cost to mill and resurface the road with the deep milling or rebuilding. It's more cost effective to now, we have so many roads in that shape, to spend those dollars on those roads. So that was their, staff's recommendation, was to use the current microservicing towards the residential roads from, the current year's budget. And then next year, if you wanted to do an additional fund balance, we could do 4 of these residential collector roads in the coming fiscal budget as an option. If we do get more funding in the future, yes, incorporating global treatments makes sense. It buys you some time. It'll push off when those roads have to get milled and resurfaced. So you're not, it'll help us moving forward to spread out the milling and resurfacing of those roads.
So in the current budget that you all proposed, do we already have $1 million for microsurfacing dedicated or no?
We do in current year budget. We
Okay.
have a list of roads to do, but based on timing, we probably won't get it until next fiscal year. So I showed as rolling over and being in next year's budget. We would just need direction on, do we want to do that list of microservicing roads with those dollars, or do we want to shift and start putting money on the collector roadways?
And that's currently not coming out of the fund balance, right?
That's last year's fund balance.
Last year's. Okay, got it. Sorry, I wanted to clarify that. Can you send that list to us? Because
Yes, I have. It hasn't been vetted with the vendor yet. Usually we put a list together. We go do field visit with them. He'll say, there's too many bad spots here that we have to prep. That's going to be not cost effective. So let's switch this road with that road. Usually it's 1 or 2 roads we may have to take off the list. So I can send you the current preliminary list. So just before we finalize budget, we would need direction on that piece of it, and as well as this, where you want to spend dollars. If you want to keep the $2.5 million arterial and just on an annual basis, see if there's fund balance we can put towards these collectors, or how we want to move forward, we would need that direction from council.
Are you all good with putting the 2.5 towards the arterial, switching 29 to 27, and then taking out town center?
agree with
Yes.
Yeah, I have,
Okay, and then we'll have to have the discussion when it comes to fund balance, which I think is next.
The 25th, I
25th.
think, probably would be
25th we'll be looking at.
So
a
then,
good time to provide that direction.
yeah, can you all bring that list that you currently have for the microservicing?
I can
and
have that
then-
emailed out ahead of
Okay,
time.
and then make sure this is a part of that fund balance conversation so that we can consider this
Yeah,
at
we'll
that
give
time.
direction on both of those things at that time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So then we get into impact fees. These are restricted to growth-related projects, only for projects that add new capacity, and they can't be used for existing system deficiencies or operations. Lots of times, new developers pay to fix our roads and maintain the roads. We can't have, new development can't pay to fix and maintain your current assets. So that's why, we can't use transportation impact fees to pave our roads. We get that question quite a bit. So there's 3 impact fees that I'm going to go over: transportation impact fee, recreation impact fee, and the fire impact fee. So to begin with, the transportation impact fee, you can see that top line are the projected impact fees. The 28 jumps up there. That's due to the new Walmart on 100. That's going to generate some big dollars that may come in sooner, but we just threw it out there in 28. We have some developer infrastructure contributions, other revenues, interest, grants. That's primarily DOT grants / state appropriations. You can see that that's a huge portion of this fund, our grant dollars that we're getting in. And then the fund balance appropriation are just, some of those carryover dollars based on when we spend the dollars on projects. Operating expenditures, those are traffic counts. We're doing a corridor study through a grant with the TPO on Seminole Woods. We should be working through that grant with the TPO here shortly. And then we have some, small dollars across the years. Old Kings Road Design South is under design. That includes that Royal Palms connection to Town Center, as well as Town Center all the way up to almost Palm Coast Parkway, basically where the 4-lane end. Old Kings Road widening phase 2 and 3. That is north of Palm Coast Parkway. We do have that appropriation. for $18.3 million. We have some funds for this project coming from Stormwater and Utility as well. We are finalizing our concurrence to go out to bid here shortly with DOT, so we expect to go out to bid here this summer, award it in the fall, and should begin construction in the beginning of next calendar year. And that would be a 2-year project. FPL is out there. We've already approved that contract for them to move that transmission pole, so you may see them working out there. Won't have impact to residents. They're out there, going to install a new pole, take out the old pole. So I'll
They've
be out of
already
the way.
started on that. I saw that.
They've already started,
last
yes.
week. I believe I saw them.
Yep, so that's great. And then 29, 30, and 31 is moving forward with phase 3. This was based on, getting that brick grant. We're still pursuing DOT funding for that as well. That was US DOT funding on the brick grant. So we're going to apply again next year. We scored really high. We just weren't picked as a project. So we're going to continue to push for that one.
Carl, and sorry to stop you on the Old Kings phase 2 and 3. Did you say we're going out to bid next summer?
This summer.
So right
Award
now.
in the fall.
Right. Okay. Right now. All right.
Start in January. Tentatively.
I heard that, and I thought you basically were saying that it would be another year.
Hopefully in the next month, but it may be 2 months.
Is there anything I can do with FDOT? I know we've been waiting on their final notes back for a long time.
Currently, we're trying to address. We do utility work schedule, so we work with all utility companies, FPL, whoever has utilities in there, whether it's ATT, Bright House, Metronet, all those companies. We have a couple outstanding issues that we're working through getting those utility work schedules. So basically, they're acknowledging that they have a conflict and they have to move out of the way. So then they work through a timetable, identifying all those conflicts, working through a timetable of when and how they're going to move them and what time durations they have to move that stuff out of the way. So there's a couple of those issues that are pending. We're working through. We had a couple new streetlight poles in a ditch that FPL didn't like, so we're relocating some streetlight poles, a few other minor plan corrections to just get those things wrapped up. So as soon as those are wrapped up, the plans are pretty much ready to go out to bid. So we're just trying to finish those up. So we're very close.
So is that a requirement of FDOT?
Yes.
For us? Okay. So we need to work through those coordination efforts essentially.
We have been for the last year plus.
Well,
It
no, I
takes
know
time.
that we've sent stuff to them. They've sent us notes back. We
Yes.
sent stuff to them. They
I
sent
think
us
all the
notes.
DOT general comments on the design and specs have all been resolved. Right now, it's just the utility work schedule comments that we need to have those agreements finalized in hand.
Okay.
to
Yeah.
get
No,
approval.
just looking forward to getting this out to bid so we can
Yes.
see some progress on it, because I think it's been 4 years of work, in terms of since the appropriation, right?
Yeah.
To get this going. And I know the residents ask the question all the time about what we did to the bowling alley, and then everything kind of stopped. And so look forward to getting this going, because the Old Kings needs it. Fortunately, it was designed with all those easements and the size for expansion. But
It should be minimal impact to the residents because, they're going to build the 2 new lanes in the grass area,
right.
move the traffic to that, and then rebuild the existing 2-lane road. So
And that'll really help with through traffic because of this, any of those left turns at the clubhouse row and all that stuff.
exactly, very
stops
big
traffic.
safety improvement. A couple signals will be going in, traffic signals. So it's going to,
Random question though.
yes.
That portion of Old Kings, though, not having any frontage of homes is like 35 miles an hour.
I believe it's going up to 45 with
Okay.
this enhancement.
All right, that's because the other sections of Old Kings that are not in residential areas are 45. And
I think it had to
again,
do with all the left turn and rear end crashes
Just
and
because
whatnot. It
people
was a
stopping a
safety
lot.
change back in the day.
Okay, yeah, because I always wondered about why, it was so slow there with no houses on it. There's no houses facing Old Kings.
Yeah, that was-
and the sidewalk is.
I wasn't
yards
involved when
away.
the speed was changed or dropped, but my understanding it was due to the rear end crashes of people turning left into those clubs and
Yeah, I didn't think of that, and I always wondered why it was treated differently than the rest of Old Kings.
You have those clubs.
Sometimes you take your life in your own hand trying to get out from Frontier on the Old Kings
I
Road.
used to live off Frontier. Frontier's an
that will have a
interesting road.
traffic signal in the new
There
plan
you go.
here. So working our way down, we have Seminole Woods State Road 100. We know that intersection. Right now, DOT is working on, they're finishing up analysis on the corridor of Old Kings from 100 from Old Kings to Belterre. And as well as part of that was, triggered by Walmart coming in and what enhancements are they going to be required to do? But all of it is, what can we do before we 6-lane it to make things better? So they're working through various options. They're going to be finalizing that, but we know we have 2 major intersections that we are going to have to do some improvements on before we 6-lane it, Seminole Woods and Belterre. So this gets us moving forward on getting into the design, making, there may be some right-of-way necessary. I know we bought some at Belterre. There may be some easements that we need to get to move sidewalks and things like that to be able to get multiple lanes in or additional turn lanes. So getting those kick-started next year is really what we have in here identified to get both of those going. Seminole Woods, further, we're doing the corridor study through the TPO grant. So we don't know yet, but we're pretty certain there's going to be some sort of improvements on that corridor or an intersection. So we just plugged in some dollars in the future. We'll fine tune that once the study's done. We'll have better costs and what those improvements are. Belterre, already talked about Belterre safety improvements. We're wrapping up here. I think by the end of September, the bulk of the improvements should be done. I think after and into October is when they'll be working on the pipes. When the dry weather comes, they'll be working on those pipes under Belterre, extending those so we can add the right turn lane on Belterre onto Royal Palms. That's the least critical of all the turn lanes in that intersection. Then they'll repave it. So they'll finish up this calendar year. Is the intent on that project, but the bulk of it will be done by October 1st, weather dependent. Then we have Belterre Citation Boulevard improvements. We know with all of those developments and the extension of Citation between Belterre and Seminole Woods, we're monitoring that intersection to see if improvements are there. We're anticipating that's going to be the next need for an improvement along the Belterre Boulevard corridor. So we just have a placeholder for some dollars there to look at that. Citation Boulevard extension improvements, that was just wrapping up that project that's open. Then Whiteview safety improvements is wrapping up. That they're doing the landscaping now, so when that's done, they'll go in and finish resurfacing that roadway. We're doing some enhancement at Royal Sands now with some signage and some additional extension, some curbing and whatnot to help with traffic flow there and people doing things they shouldn't be doing. Whiteview safety improvements right away. That was going west, on across US 1. That was the land purchase we did this year. We need some additional lane in the future. We don't know if that's going to move forward, but we just have a placeholder there. If opportunity comes up again for more development, we'd be working through that. So that may shift based on what happens. Matanzas Woods 4-laning, phase 2, we have some right-of-way that we need at Belterre, where the potential hospital site was going to go. We're working through an easement there. There's obviously some costs associated with that following the DOT process. And then we have some future dollars to begin widening a portion of that roadway that's in the DOT pipeline for a grant. So it's been on their list for some time now. Then we go down to the multiple loop road projects. So those are beyond this year. That's all grant funded except for 2 has some local match to it. We get to Matanzas Woods Bird of Paradise. So DOT just finished up their initial traffic signal report for the interchange traffic signals, and they're QCing it in the district, and then it'll go to central office. And when that's completed, we're gonna move forward with design. Basically DOT said, if you guys do design, we'll put on a push button project and we'll move to construction. So we're going to do that, but in connection with that, adding a left turn onto Bird of Paradise there is going to help with the flow. So we're going to do some improvements at Bird of Paradise there. So basically, we have design dollars next year to deal with the Bird of Paradise. DOT is on board with connecting it with the Signal project as making it a part of that project. So those should be connected in terms of having that constructed.
Carl, and that is to include the breakthrough to I forget the name of the road, or no?
Probably not. We may do the design so we can place things properly, but ultimately there'll either probably be a traffic signal there. That was what was in the PD&E, and it will connect up, because we did already buy all that property. We bought 4 parcels, 2 to the north and 2 to the south to
Yeah,
build it.
we acquired all that so that we had those easements.
So we can do that connection, and then Laramie
guess-
would be closed, and it would go to this intersection with a signal.
From what I had heard, that there is concern with the signal, though, in conjunction with the potential future signals or design of the interstate exit, right? So the proximity right there, right? Potentially you have 2 signals, right, 100 feet apart.
Right. That's part of what we're looking at. We'll see what this report comes back at.
Okay.
We haven't seen the final report yet, so I know preliminary. You don't like to have signals more than a quarter mile apart, but you have them on 100. And sometimes you have to have them because you just have that traffic. There's no, you don't have an opportunity. I mean, you could send them up if if you don't have a signal, you're probably gonna have to restrict left turn movement at some point there.
Yeah, I think.
And then you'd have to go to a U-turn at the traffic signal at the interchange, which isn't the safest thing to do either. So
I know I'd seen or heard there was talk, potentially of a roundabout or something
That's another option.
continuous movement. That way you don't have to
Right.
worry about the stops, similar to what the
Right.
probably ultimate design of Old Kings
if
at
there's
Town
right
Center
away,
and
that would be
all
part of the analysis. Correct.
Okay.
And next
You
year.
kept saying signal, so it was like triggering that.
Yeah.
We had. I think I had.
We
heard
analyze
it's most
both
likely.
typically now all the time, and DOT mandates that if it's DOT dollars, you have to study both of them. It's part of the process.
Okay, thank you.
Carl, to confirm, the monies that you have listed for the Loop Road, there's no impact fees coming from our regular impact fee for any of that.
Well, for 2A, 3, and 4, all those dollars are grant dollars. For 2, we have a $6.5 million match, and they fund in the DOT funded $25 million. So we spent some of those dollars in past years. On the rest of the Loop Road, we had spent some dollars. So in totality, we spent $10 million already or currently obligated as part of that match for 2. And then there's $125 million that's coming from appropriations and DOT. So it's total project cost $135 million. We funded $10 million. Most of that's already been spent.
Right, most of it's already been spent, so that was kind of my point.
Correct.
So
In the future.
So we have a little bit in future, but not much.
Okay, so just, as an aside, as we're speaking with the developer and going back and forth on their MPD, $10 million that could be going to other projects went to this. So I think that's just an important underscore for council's consideration.
Traffic signals is the one on Seminole Woods in current year. Next year, I believe that goes towards, that's the Bird of Paradise intersection. And then the interfund transfers, that's sending dollars to, we collect them in here, but the ones in Town Center stay in the Town Center, so they get transferred out. The ones in Old King Road Special Assessment get transferred out to that district as well. So that's what those transfers out are. And then we talked about the contingency reserve. That's just shifting dollars based on the year we spend it, and that's already in the account. So we go to the Town Center Transportation Impact Fee Fund. So these are impact fees collected in Town Center that are staying in Town Center and are used for projects. There's an agreement in there where they get spent. We have Royal Palms Parkway 4 laning in there to get us from Town Center to Old Kings. That's currently obligated. That's for the design portion of the project. Town Center roadway improvements was $675. We came to council for that. To spend those dollars, we needed concurrence from the developer, and they said no. So I still have them in here to see if we get concurrence in the coming years when we work through an ability to use those funds. So it's in the budget, but we currently don't have ability to use those funds.
But to confirm, we do not need their permission just to repave Town Center Boulevard.
Right, because we won't be using impact fees. We'd be using regular CRA dollars. And
Okay.
the CRA board, which is you guys, would
Yeah.
determine that.
Okay, thank you.
Carl, in terms of revenues, shouldn't we expect to see more with the completion of the promenade?
I believe that's what the big chunk is in 26, because
Okay, but that's current year budget.
as they build out the commercial spaces, yes, because I think those impact fees are only for the residential portion. And then as each tenant space builds out, we will get some other impact fees. I believe that's how it's handled, because they'll have their own permit for build out. So there could be, we just averaged it, what we typically see over the years. And it's hard to project what we think we're going to get. We don't know what development's going to do or when they'll pull when they'll actually pull permits. If we see permits pulled, then we'll be, plugging in more dollars. So we're trying to be conservative at this point. So the Recreation Impact Fee Fund, you can see, we had a big jump. Well, I say big jump. It goes down in future years. We're expecting the housing permits, because this is really just housing. So we're expecting permits to drop slightly over the coming years. So we pretty much dropped it and carried it flat with a slight increase over the 5-year plan. We have some grants in here. The fine grant we have out there. Then we have some interfund transfers. Those are the dollars coming in for the existing citizen match. So it's either coming from the CRA. The CRA still owes this fund money for the Southern Rec Center. And then we have other park projects from the Capital Projects Fund. So those are primarily the two sources they're coming from into this account. We have the Lehigh Trailhead. We had the trail connection, part of that project that connects to Town Center. So working through some wetland mitigation credits we had to purchase. That's really when we made that payment this year. So that's what that grant money was spent for. Operating expenditures is a impact fee study update, I believe. Long Creek Nature Preserve, that's just closing out that project. The boardwalk that we built there. Grand Swamp Trail Phase 2, that's the design I talked about earlier. That has a DOT grant funded match, so that 540 is the DOT grant match on that. The portion is part of some of it in 26. Community Center expanded parking in 22 rehab. We're in the final stages of wrapping up the design. We have money plugged in here for moving forward. Obviously, we're going to be monitoring our revenues and impact fees as well as our sales tax over the next year. I think October 6th, we want to move forward with the mock. We'll continue to monitor revenue streams and see where we're at to see when we go out with this project. This is one that we may push later into the fiscal year next year before we move forward. We know the parking's a need, but we want to just keep an eye on the cash flow. Cultural arts facility, that's over at the stage area. So these are the dollars that are funded from here in the CRA to do a master plan study and have that site developed in coordination with the Y, so we can have an ultimate master plan for that property, which could include a potential skate park. Waterfront park access, that we're just waiting on the pavilion to be delivered so we can wrap up that project. Our goal is to wrap it up here in the next month or so. So that should be all done this fiscal year. Park land, that's just, I think these were costs associated with getting the land underneath the toll bridge that we got. Southern Rec Phase 1 and 2, those are the current project, and then the $800,000 that we have set aside, or the leftover funds from Indian Trails parking that we're going to use to do expanded parking at that facility. Indian Trails parking expansions on here. The sports lighting is wrapping up. All the poles and lights are up, and they're just doing the final cleanup and connection work there. So those lights should be up and running here shortly. Disc golf, that's the developer project where they use an impact fees. We still had existing citizen match on that project. So their impact fees for half of that. Another roughly half came from the Capital Projects Fund. Food truck parking, that is fairly wrapped up. I think there's just, again, some concrete's all poured. They're just doing some minor landscape and cleanup work out there, letting the concrete cure and before we actually put trucks on it. So probably next month would be when that's operational. Skate park, we do have money next year, $300,000. Staff did meet with 2 companies, American Rent Company, as well as New Line. New Line's based out of Florida, has a ton of experience in Florida. Lots of concrete skate parks. Based on staff's analysis of the 2 companies, the preference was New Line over the 2, to move forward. They both have a Sourcewell contract that we can piggyback to move forward. we kind of identified potential sites across the city, some vacant sites, some existing sites in terms of potential build out. Because obviously, if you go on an existing site, it's going to be a lot cheaper without parking and restrooms and stormwater infrastructure and those sorts of things. So we identified various properties across the city. I think there'll be a kind of a two-step process. The first step will be to, hey, help us establish a program through community involvement and input, through council input, analyze our existing sites. Do we want to seek TDC dollars? If it does, what does that mean? What type of facility do we mean? Do we need to be able to get TDC dollars if we wanted to pursue those? So we're going to do like a big comprehensive analysis of sites, program, and come back to council with a presentation on kind of getting direction. And then there would be dollars in there, depending on if it's an existing site or new site, it's going to impact the design dollars. So then we would move forward and get some a design completed. It could be like, was indicated earlier today, more than likely would be a phase type project. That's typically how we do a lot of these projects is, through phasing. So that is kind of the process to move forward. So we could have a design by the end of next fiscal year for a skate park is what's programmed here.
Question for you. We don't have a project or an ask currently pending before TDC. Has staff thought about that as far as something to present to them for the TDC grant? Because I do see phase 1 and phase 2 for SRC in here. I mean, if we could get a grant and maybe shift some of those monies to skate park or something else, and they've already helped to fund the Southern Rec Center. I mean, have we considered any of that?
We can, I know the TDC already gave money for the rec center. I don't know if they would give additional money to expand parking without, I mean, it's an option. I don't know the timing of it, if applying and when they're going to release money. I know they have the ability to carry over money on TDC, I believe. So it's not like they have to award the money annually like they used to.
For this next year, they voted to send it to the beach. But my point is getting ahead so that there's something prepared for next year, because they only voted to well, let me be clear. The TDC did not vote. Well,
I guess,
either way, the county is sending both pennies for the TDC to the beach for this year. But for next year,
It's a 2-year thing on capital projects.
see, I thought it was 2, but they said it wasn't. They said it was only 1 year.
Well, if they have some left over, but it's a 2-year program.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so too, but the board was pretty adamant. Oh no, we're only doing it for 1 year, and I thought, I don't know.
What do
if
you
that's
mean
right.
for the beach?
Yeah, for the beach.
But the capital improvement program is a 2-year program.
Right, but right now we don't have anything pending at all.
We'll,
Yeah.
Madam Vice Chair.
we'll discuss with them the community center parking, because that could be a potential option for drawing more people there for more events at the community center, and the skate park. And we'll bring up Southern Rec Center timing wise. I'm not sure if that one would work out. We'd have to delay the parking a year or more potentially if it's 2 years. So we'll have a talk with them and go through all 3 projects in terms of timing and what would be more likely to be awarded funding.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting pushing anything out, but I am suggesting that we need to get on this.
We'll have
City
that
Manager, I'm sorry.
discussion.
No worries. So I just got some follow-up that, from Director Hirsch. While we have not, we can, as far as the ask goes.
What do you mean?
I believe you had earlier conversation about if we had asked for specific items from TDC. And so some follow-up I got from staff was that we have not yet, but that we can, of course.
Well, I know we can. My question is, have we thought about what projects, because we're looking at a 5-year plan, right? And a 5-year plan could potentially be affected by grants that we are pursuing. Since we got monies for ITSC, which kind of fell into our lap because the pier wasn't done, I haven't seen a new proposal to be placed in front of TDC. And in my mind, that should always be a part of a discussion and an ongoing thing, because we know that those grant monies are available year after year.
The biggest problem we have in this fund, you can see there's a huge balance. We need the existing citizen match. Because when you get a TDC grant, that just comes off the top, and then you have to split the balance 50-50 roughly. So we don't have the match.
Well, we could if we took it from a fund balance 1 year.
You could,
Yeah.
correct.
So my point is, though, if we're not at least thinking about it and talking about it, and it's not something that's proposed to council year after year so that they can consider it, we're missing out on potential grant dollars. So to me, this discussion, this possibility of monies always being available in the form of a grant should always be a discussion. It doesn't have to be direction of council year after year, but it should at least be something that is prepared by Parks and Rec or in conjunction with yourself so that council can consider it.
We'll work it in to have an annual meeting with TDC and go through these projects and see what may or may not be eligible and what funding is available with them. We'll work that into our operations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I jump in? So along with that, I think a similar approach in terms of TPO and their call for projects. I know that some of our trepidation with putting in projects to be considered by TPO is that we don't have the match, and so we can't afford it. But if we apply for things, they grant them, and then this council says, okay, let's take 300,000 from fund balance to do that because it's a priority, then we can. If not, we can say, hey, thanks for the money, but we can't use it this year. So having those options are good, that we should always be applying for these, even if we might not have the match budget for it. And we can prioritize those things versus
Okay, but that's what happened with the pier. They got money approved, then the pier fell behind, the permitting became a problem.
Sure, but
They didn't have the match, and we ended up with lighting because of that. But I don't agree with just putting it in if we can't have a good idea.
what we're saying is there's potential for having that money, but if we don't put it in, then there's nothing.
Nothing.
Of course, but you're going to have the match too.
I think before we officially apply for something, yes, the direction should be given that we're setting money aside. But if we're not at least having the conversation that, XYZ projects, qualify, then we're leaving money, potential
Same
money.
what happened with the pier.
Yeah, no. I agree with you there for sure.
Right. We will bring that, if we're going to apply, we'll bring the whole project presentation to council for direction on what implication it may have on what the city would need to find for funding for a match.
And then can I, going back to the skate park, can we talk to Pivot Customs?
They're not on Sourcewell. We'd have to go up to, we can talk to them, but we'd have to go
I'm
up
pretty sure
to
they
bid.
have a Sourcewell contract.
They weren't on the list from Sourcewell. There were 5 vendors on there. I did not see Pivot, but I'll double check.
I think they are.
Okay. We'll look into it.
Check
Maybe under a different name. It
It's
could be
American
a DBA.
Ramp Company.
Yeah.
They have,
Oh, I think Pivot's American Ramp Company.
yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we met with them.
Yeah.
We met with them, and that's who we met with.
Okay.
New Line was far superior in terms of their project background, experience, process.
Okay. I just know that Barber Park was done for $300,000, and it's a great park. So
No bowl, though.
I know. Well, I mean, we're talking about phasing it, and we're talking about doing.
It's fairly small. It's about the size of Ralph Carter. It's not huge. It's maybe
Yeah.
a little bit bigger.
I get that, but we can't afford huge. So
Right. I understood. And that's why we'll do a phasing plan. And
Okay.
they both have fixed pricing, so we'll double check the fixed pricing in there. I think New Line was 9.2% design fee of the construction cost, and they're already pre-approved type things in their contracts.
yeah, when I looked at the in terms of Barber Park, the entire contract, the procurement record for it, it didn't look like they broke out design. Essentially, it was the whole price.
Yeah,
of the
design's
thing.
usually under 10% typically, so that's in line with what
So
we would
everything
expect
was,
to
I
see.
think, like 317,000 or some 325, something like
Yeah,
that.
something like that. Yep.
Okay.
So fire impact fee fund, obviously, there are 2 stations in here, rolls into next year a little bit. We have some equipment for 26 in a future year, I think 2 pieces of equipment. And then we just are building up funds to build the next station. Obviously, we're going to run into the same dilemma here, where it's roughly 50% match of existing citizens. So you got a $12 million facility, you got to find $6 million, for the match. So, that's the same issue we ran into. Fortunately, we used some rescue funds and some appropriation dollars. So we're very fortunate. We had some general fund balance loan that was due from the CRA. So we're able to bring in a lot of dollars in here. And part of 22, was rebuilding, so we had to fund it. So we used capital project funds. So we had quite a bit of dollars from capital project funds come in here. But just to let you know, in the next 5 years, a few pieces of equipment, update impact fee study, and then saving up for either we do need to rehab Atabay to 23, maybe do some improvements to that project. We'll probably coordinate that with moving forward with that stormwater park on that site. But that or a new station, we'll continue to work with the fire department. This is the CRA fund. So we have the two tax portions and increment funding that goes into here. And then we have some interest and just the fund balance appropriation. That was just a minor carryover. This is typically a zero balance fund where you need to spend the dollars for it. They do allow you to build up money for a project if it's an ongoing type project. You can see operating expenditures, our various miscellaneous items, stormwater fee, different fees and costs we have. Debt service, that falls off in 28. So we have one loan left that will be paid off here shortly. The YMCA is fully funded from the CRA. That agreement hasn't come to council yet, but this adds up to that $3 million obligation that the city would have. That would all be part of negotiation with them.
Can you tell me why it appears that the tail of this is kind of extended?
The what?
I.e., it's now and some of these dollars are going into 2029. I don't think that was
I think
how
that
was before.
was the last discussion with them. They I think are taking out like a short-term loan, so the upfront money wasn't as big of a need for them, but Kyle or someone else could speak to it because I haven't been in those conversations.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure in terms of the timeline of this project that it's not getting extended.
Not from my
farther out.
understanding. This is what they're comfortable with, and it's not gonna delay the project from my understanding.
Okay. I just, obviously this is something that people are looking forward to, that we're investing in. So obviously sooner rather than later is better for everybody.
And those things, could adjust. Obviously, if those, during the final negotiations, if those adjust, we would probably look at modifying the interfund transfers. That interfund transfer line is paying back utility. In 27, that's primarily paying back utility. All of utility will be fully paid back. So right now we're going to transfer, I want to say it's about $750,000 or so to pave town center. So that would shift to the following year. You can see with the line there, projects to be determined. So that 750 would come out of that $1 million account. So we'd have very little dollars, to be determined. But in future years, once the loan's paid off, transfers to park and utilities is all completed, then you pretty much have those dollars, almost $4 million each year to be used for something, whether it's projects. I know community development is working through the analysis on the CRA and going to be bringing that back to council early next calendar year. So there'll be projects that will be probably identified in there, whether it's economic incentive, whether it's actual projects, so all that will be worked through, over the next 6 months. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Mayor and Council. Kyle Berryhill, Interim Deputy City Manager. Related to the YMCA project, those dollars are related to the last proposal between both the city and the YMCA on a funding strategy. But part of what's we're on hold is that this council approved some CRA analysis dollars, and Kimberly Horn is doing a study related to what we're expecting to receive from the CRA. It's going to come back with a plan for where we should spend some CRA dollars. So we're looking to let that kind of drive some of our next steps related to this. That being said, we're pretty confident that this project meets the requirements of a CRA, both that it take a removal of blight initiative and provide economic development in the area. But just that was kind of the delay. We're continuing to work with the members of the YMCA Regional Board, and we expect that you'll see some of this, coming to you soon. But this funding strategy was the last version of what we discussed with them.
Where's the school at right now with the YMCA?
The school is also, they're probably a step or two behind us relating to their understanding, but I think that they've realized that they don't have the capacity or the dollars to build and fund the type of pool that will come with the YMCA process. And so I believe that they're moving in the right direction from that project, but they're looking to see, I think they're looking to follow our lead rather than be out ahead of ours, is my understanding.
Last I had saw too, it was, I think during the discussion of some of their excess properties and talking about, identifying some properties that essentially could help pay that portion to this, but I don't think they've given direction
No, sir.
to
They,
approve any amounts of money yet.
that's my understanding as well. I'm seeing like questions from you, Vice Mayor. They're not like verbalized yet, but I'm seeing them. Do you?
Well, I just have a concern. I mean, the CRA monies right now, I would like to see if I have to pick between a pool and repaving Town Center Boulevard, I'm picking Town Center Boulevard, to be quite frank. But I think we can do both, but I'm concerned that the city is going to commit $3 million without a school board commitment. I would find that to be very unfair. And then I don't want us to be on the hook. In other words, I don't want us to be pot committed.
Yeah, no.
We
would not bring that to you in a way like that, Vice Mayor. So part of our, it's kind of a thing where everyone is got the same intention, but no one's willing to put the first step forward. And so just trying to figure out how we can create a scenario where all the parties feel safe to move forward in a way that's beneficial. Because I think both the city and the school board know that running a pool is a thing that's a really expensive proposition, and building a pool is an expensive proposition. This is a way to kind of pay a one-time fee. That's the idea behind the YMCA, is we pay one time to get a pool for a generation or two.
Yeah, I just feel like it's kind of been a little bit of radio silence as far as them,
Yes, ma'am.
coming out with the position. So it's a little.
Definitely, we requested it pause based on the Kimberly Horn. So if you feel that there's been some hesitation or lack of conversation related to this, when we said we're going to study how the CRA is receiving funds and then what it should be spent on, we thought maybe making a big expenditure right before we did that wasn't as much of the best look, and that Kimberly Horn, we've placed this item at the front of their analysis so that they can even respond to us before the full report is out. I'm expecting movement on this sooner than that this council will see movement on this, is what our expectation is.
When do we have to have a decision on CRA funding for purposes of the budget?
The funds for the first $1.5 million are already, they're from last year.
No, I know. I'm talking about the whole CRA. So determining what date.
Yeah, by the 25th. If not, you'd have to do probably a budget amendment once the new budget's adopted.
Okay, which we've done before.
Right.
It's not the end of the world.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank
Well, the school district wants to have a seat at the table on another issue. This is a great opportunity for them to engage. So, giddy up, school board.
Yes, sir. I anticipate that the school board's interest, when they look at the totality of the situation, is going to be strong.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
But just for CRE dollars, getting off the Y, is we have the impact fees paying for the design of the Town Center Boulevard widening, turn lanes, improvements on Lake Ave for, heading towards Imagine School and that residential development. So that's kind of on hold. So that is another alternative for council, is using CRE dollars to fund the design and then using impact fees to build it, because we're going to be short on impact fees of when we can build it. So that would help advance that traffic congestion we have there if we use CRE dollars to do the design. But, that would be council's direction.
Well, I'm hesitant to do that because in the MPD right now, the developer is supposed to pay for a portion of those, which is why they have to agree to it. So I want to make sure we're not paying for something that ultimately, even though the developer has to agree, that they're all supposed to contribute towards.
Correct. I think the design's like $675,000. I mean, the construction's going to be over $2 million. It's not going to be cheap. So it's just how fast do we want to move forward with addressing that problem? So.
Is there a certain direction you need from us right now in this moment?
No, that could be another topic for the 25th. If you want to
For a lot of reasons. I
add
think,
that one in too. We're adding Town Center Boulevard, so we could add that in, but we would.
Yeah, let's hold off.
So.
Yeah.
So we could plug it in the budget and not move forward if council wants to just kind of have the dollars there, and then depending on how things proceed next year, you know, and getting approval to use the impact fees, there may be a cutoff point. Hey, if we can't get commitment by July 1st, we'll move forward, but I'll let you guys provide direction on the 25th. We can bring that back up. Or you could use fund balance. You know, it's another project. You know, any of these projects can use fund balance, you know, for whether it's the Y, whether it's Town Center Boulevard paving or the design or, you know, the mock, skate park. Any of those projects could use fund balance. The pavement program, you know, so Old Kings Road special assessment. So obviously that special assessment, you know, I think what is kind of a misnomer here is, you know, these property owners are paying this assessment, you know, the ones that are north of Town Center, but they're really paying back the costs for building the road south of Town Center. So they keep, you know, they argue, hey, we paid all these monies into this assessment. Well, we're not collecting any money for phase 2. That's all for what we already built. So what we do get in here is dollars of when they actually develop the property. So if their transportation impact fees are above what they owe on their assessment, then those stay in this fund, which then get to be used to construct phase 2. So there's very few dollars that are being saved up for phase 2. We did get an appropriation for $500,000 that's covering the design of the widening of Old Kings Road and that Royal Palms extension to Old Kings. The other revenues are interest. Those interfund transfers, those are those impact fees above and beyond the assessment that would be coming in here. And then the fund balance appropriation is just a carryover of, you know, matching up with the expenses. So we have some basic operating expenses to manage and oversee this fund. We have the loan repayment, and then we have the expense on the design cost for that portion of the project. So, you know, you can see there's not many dollars in here. So because dollars only come in here as the developed property, and those are the surplus impact fees, you know, the differential. So actually having dollars to build something is taking a long time. That's why it's been almost 20 years since that was built, and we still barely have any money in here to go move forward with the remaining part of the project.
So Carl, going back to what you said earlier, and we're talking about we would need development on that road in order to pay in impact fees that would then help pay for phase 2A, but the development can't happen until Old Kings North phase or South phase 2A actually occurs. How can that work?
Well, they can develop before phase 2 is 4-laned. I think they're allowed to do that even if it goes into a level of service that's not meeting our standard, because they are paying, there's a district paying into that fund for those improvements. So they're paying the fair share or whatnot. Yeah, even if you were fully developed, there probably wouldn't be enough money to build the entire road. So yes, this is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the other portion of that is just the fact that essentially no development can occur because we're in the middle of this design phase. At least that's been what's represented to me, is that anything that happens would then have to kind of be redone, essentially, based on the new design.
Correct. There's some utility extensions on here, primarily water, that needs to be constructed. And currently, we're going through design stage. We're going to have 30% plans here shortly. By next summer, we'll have 60%. By next summer, we will have a fully vetted, updated design of the road and utility plan that then the utility could be constructed ahead of the road. So that could be proceeding maybe in the 28 budget if that was council's direction.
I have a question regarding this in terms of the coordinate. So my understanding of the development agreement is that coordination is required by us to them when they're trying to do any expansion. At what point is it the 30%? At what point do they, I know part of our issue is that we're saying we can't coordinate at this point because it's not there yet, right?
Correct. Because there's some modifications to the original design. So originally the project was designed 100% south of town center, roughly 60% north, but it varied from rural to urban. And over time, there's been some changes to pond locations, wet pond to dry ponds, parcel splits. So those design plans really
There's
are,
enough changes that now it
right.
necessitates
You can't
another
use
design.
those original preliminary plans as a basis of design because it's too much of a change. So that's why we're in that coordination plan. We have quarterly meetings with the members, give them updates on the design. We don't have plans yet. We will be getting 30% plans here, soon. I don't know the exact date, but I know it's coming up here in the next couple months. So then we will have that and we will share that with them. We do have some engineers for developers that come to our meetings. The one more so than that comes to all of them, it's pretty much the one just across the street from where Town Center hits Old Kings on that
Southeast corner.
They come to the meetings all the time. We have another one that's been to a couple, but that's it. But we're coordinating what we can at this point. It's just a slow, long process. We have to do, we had to do stormwater modeling under 95. We had to have meetings with DOT. There's numerous components tied to, we obviously want to analyze those intersections. So we were studying Royal Palms and Town Center. We were studying Old Kings and Town Center. So we're working through the easements and right-of-ways that were in place from 20 years ago, finding out what's recorded, not recorded, cleaning those things up. We had to, there are new utilities added, so we had to do subsurface exploration on getting those located and identified properly. So it's just, the process takes time.
Yeah, and just to disclose, why, this is a stretch of commercial properties. I believe it's all commercial, isn't it?
There may be some apartments in there. I think multifamily, I believe there's some in there. I think
I know there was a live local switch, but I don't
no,
think.
there's some apartments I believe that were approved. I think community development, kind of in the Whiteview area, kind of by the spray fields, on that side of the roadway along the Old Kings and the spray fields. I believe it's multifamily, and then there's multifamily just north of King's Business. I think was approved years ago. The multifamily project there too.
But the vast majority of that stretch is commercial, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and they've signaled that they want to build it out, and this has been a priority of commercial and industrial. So trying to get it, to where they can move forward, we can move forward, everybody's happy. Just trying to work through that because you have people that want to build businesses here that in their eyes they don't believe they can right now because of the design work that's happening. So
On the north end of Old Kings, that one facility, storage, it's not being held up.
yeah, the one on Frontier, across from Frontier,
That's
basically. Yeah.
That's being held up until,
No, this is south. This is between Palm Coast Parkway and Town Center.
okay.
So basically, everything that's against the highway.
There is a storage unit there too.
But
I
there
think, in
is,
that
yeah.
area.
But none of
But
that,
I don't believe that's being held up, but I don't know.
none of that's being held up.
You were talking about what we approved on the north end of Old Kings. Yeah, that's a different area. Yeah. I don't know. I think that's a conversation for another time, but I just wanted to kind of highlight the premise that impact fees need to help us pay for this, except for we can't get impact fees until we've already paid for it.
Right, we have two options. One is you can just go throw in a water line and then potentially have to rip it out in the future.
Yeah, we've had that
Or
discussion.
we wait until we're ready to say, modify the design and make sure it's all coordinated and said, okay, we're comfortable with this design, that it's going to work, and let's put it in for good. So we have two options. If we want to advance and try we could throw it in now and deal with it later and hope for the best, or we wait.
Yeah, and obviously I don't want to do that, right? I think just trying to get to that coordination stage as quickly as possible so that we can start coordinating, so that they're comfortable, they can move forward, is my focus, I think. Right. So that it's
Understood.
a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, we'll continue to push on the consultant. It's difficult nowadays. All these consultants need a lot of pushing, it seems like.
Carl, this is at Old Kings, but Old Kings related. How's the thing going with the modular buildings going down on?
On Utility Drive?
Yeah.
So the old building's been cleared and demoed. We're working on the utility connections. Based on working with the Water Management District. We're putting down some millings on some, in the storage area and doing some things. So we're creating a little stormwater pond for some treatment. So we've been working with the Water Management District on obtaining that permit. The modulars are under construction, so they're in the workflow. It takes time. I want to say they're going to be coming this fall, but by the time they get put together on site and they get connected with all our data and fiber and plumbing and electricals all connected, I think our moving date is somewhere February, March timeframe. Brian probably can speak more to the details, but I want to say that's probably the timeframe. We're obviously keep trying to push that and advance it, but we're kind of held to the manufacturing timeframe of the trailers and when they're going to be on site. They have to go through and get state approvals. I think they're in that process now, getting that state approval. So it's in the works.
Thank you, sir.
Stormwater Management Fund. So charges for services, these are the fees. I believe in the rate study, the rate increase goes through 28, and then after that it goes through CPI, 2% or more depending on CPI. Ad valorem taxes, moving forward, we're no longer putting any ad valorem taxes into this fund. We have some grants in here, some minimal grants. We continue to seek grants. Other revenues, a lot of those are tied to permit inspection fees, things that our staff conduct. And then fund balance appropriation, that's just based on using funds based on when the projects occur. So our stormwater, going through the operating is pretty much the top line item. So that covers staffing, allocations to other departments, equipment, everything associated with, operations of the department. Stormwater storage detention projects, we have some ongoing ones. The 28 and 29, that's kind of a placeholder. We have multiple studies underway now. The Dry Lake, the Burroughs 23 site, and Lehigh Canal Extension, and various projects. So when those studies are more finalized, we'll know where the biggest cost benefit is and which one matches up with available funding and how we move forward. So those decisions will be made next fiscal year in terms of identifying which project that money is going to. Control structure replacement. So obviously, we have those weirs. We need to maintain those and replace them and keep them up to par. So we allocate some money in there. P1 and W1 weir. We have the current one now. That was an appropriation. That will finish up next year. And then we have the W1 weir, which we are seeking grant dollars on for design for next year. And then we have some money for a replacement. That'll be our last major weir that we would replace. Major pipe and canal crossings. So a lot of this is pipelining, but these are like some of our major pipes and items that, assist that we don't do in-house, that we contract out. So
Hey, Carl, since we were on the weirs, the one on Belterre where the sediment in the ground was not suitable, and I know we were looking because the project came to kind of a halt.
Oh, the dredging? Yeah,
dredging.
There's two projects there, the dredging, and that's underway, and they're back on track. We're running through, so we ran into some issues with the outfall structure and the sizing of the pipes, and we had some washout. So all that's been resolved, and they're moving forward with construction. There's been a lot of activity there lately. They even worked some weekends to try to make up some time. So that is moving forward fairly well now.
Okay, thank you.
Major canal crossings, I talked about that, mostly pipelining and replacements of major projects. Capacity improvements, so those are, various projects we have across the city. We identified, as they come up and as we work through some studies and analysis, we have some dollars in there. Lots of times we can do that in-house if we can. Pipe replacements, that's our pipe crew. So that's really mainly materials, maybe some minor contract work and equipment rental, but mainly that's just the cost of doing all those pipes every year. And you've seen those charts, fairly high, lots of pipes. They work hard out there doing that. And we're just trying to stay ahead of those emergency repairs. Obviously, we have a high majority that are failures. We're trying to get ahead of it. So this is one that we're going to keep an eye on and make sure we don't continue to fall behind. So that may go up in the future. We may have to shift some staff around to put more presence on these pipes. And we're just going to continue to monitor that. Our swale maintenance and rehab, that's our trenching crews, our swale rehab crews. The bulk of this cost is for some driver replacement, sod, those sort of things associated with that work. Ditch maintenance is the same way, rehabbing all our ditches. Sometimes we do contract out some work. There's a piece of equipment or some ditch that we can't get into, or those are just costs with those crews. Weed control, right now, we contract that out. That contract's going to be expiring. I think we have one more term. And after that, we will have to go back up to bid, or we're going to analyze, again, bringing that in-house. What does that mean? So over the next year, we're continuing to monitor that to see what that is. Do we just take over the ditches? Do we take over a portion of it, not a portion of it? How cost effective is it? So we're going to be doing that analysis over the next fiscal year to see how we move forward. Freshwater canal maintenance, again, that's our other crew to maintain the freshwater canals. We get the new pontoon large excavator on order with the new staff member in the budget. So we'll be able to do some of that dredging at some of our pinch points, high spots, help make the system function better. Freshwater canal dredging, that's at P1 Weir. So wrapping up that project in next fiscal year. Debt service, those are our current loans. Transfers to other funds, that's all our existing equipment replacement transfers. So we're building up dollars for when we have them, when we have to replace them. And then the transfer to the MOC. One revenue that wasn't in here, the rate study had a second loan in 27. We are not proposing a loan in 27. It was a fairly small loan, like $6 million. So we're looking at just using on a cash basis, and we'll continue to analyze it if we, as we work through these projects, or if an opportunity comes up where we can add a big capacity and the project there's a need for it, we'll keep that out there. But right now we're not proposing to take that second loan. And that ends my portion of the presentation. If there's any follow-up comments before I move it over to Brian.
Anyone have any follow-ups?
Just really quickly, I want to thank you for the work that you've done on a lot of projects, particularly in conjunction with, I think, probably Public Works. Well, actually everybody, because I know when road projects are done, it's kind of all hands on deck, utility, everybody's involved. But also stormwater. We've had some really good stormwater projects come through. Fortunately, we have gotten some appropriations for some projects coming this coming year. So just want to thank you and the team for the work. There's been some really big projects that councils have been talking about for the last 4 to 6 years, and we're finally seeing them actually come to fruition. So want to thank staff for all the efforts to get these things done.
Okay, thank you. And I just didn't note, I didn't cover it in there. I know animal shelter's been a topic of discussion. There's another fund balance project. We have way more than we can fund, but it's just another one to add into the discussion purposes as to, on the 25th, we'll need direction on where and how we split that money and how we use it. So.
Carl, one quick, Whiteview, did they get temporary signage out there? Did we get any progress in that? Or, I'm sorry, the contractor was.
Yeah,
supposed to
last
deliver.
week, I believe those were supposed to go up. I do need to follow up on that. I'll get back to you on that and let you know. I'll send an email out to everyone.
Okay, thank
or
you.
Include a photo or something. I'll check on it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
We have about 5 slides to talk through and discuss, and then another 5 is a list of projects. So, pleasure to be here on the utility capital budget. We've had a few meetings in the last year. I think it was January, April, and a few other ones. But so I want to put in context, while we're looking at it for today, FY27 5-year, I felt like it was a good snapshot to kind of recap where we were, because this slide's the foundation of everything of the 5-year CIP going forward for the next several years. So what we have is a snapshot from the financial forecast from March 23rd report that's set up for the bond. And that bond, just to kind of clarify, so it comes up a lot, it was a $283 million new bond. The other $47 million to get to 330 was a refinance and to save some money like you do on a mortgage when rates go down. significant dollars, whether it's 283, 183, or 383. So and what we have here is, I think it's point out that the top row is the capital budget, where we stood in March, $590 million in that 5-year plan. And if you go to the bottom of a couple notes, I think it's worth pointing out, when we start looking at equilibrium, the financial forecast, after we get through this major expenditure of wastewater plant 2, that's going to be near $200 million when you count all of the engineering in addition to the construction projects, that there's about $22 or $23 million of R&R money. And that answers some questions. I think some of the a touch on some of the things even Carl had, and maybe a couple weeks ago, Councilmember asked about, we have enough money for R&R to rebuild our system. So that's the money that's from the 5% and then the 12.5% the council voted in about a year and a half ago of revenues to fund future R&R to keep up with the existing system. And then you got the next line, which is more of a equilibrium, about a $13 million projection 4 years out on capacity fees, which we are calling CIAC here. Now, so the funds to the left, you're using cash balances, but that's when the cash balances are kind of out. They're down to bare minimums, about $2 million of the different type of fundings. So that's the new money coming in after the large CIP program hump that we're doing with the construction. So I think it's worth pointing out as we go forward. And then if I hit the 3 bullets on the left, the CIP, where we thought FY6 to 30 back in March was 590. If you asked us today, the same estimate of this project is 597, $7 million higher, whether that's cost estimates or including new projects. Our cost estimates are not that precise at this point of our project delivery process. So we're where we were 5 months ago, and we got $7 million more projects in the 4 years our new CIP. And then this plan that we're doing and everything presented here is on a cash basis. And I say cash basis, more of a accrual cash basis, that this is not a budget basis, what we're presenting here. This is not what's in our ERP system, Munis, and we have different procedures in budget. And then with Helena go back, we're looking at anything that's $5 million and less, that we're going to budget that in the current year the first PO is written. And anything larger, like this $200 million project, we'll budget $40 million one year, $50 million the next, $60 million the following. So that, but inside our Munis systems, because we don't have the most advanced ERP system for us, and 1 year sooner than later, we need to work on capital budgets for things like that to support this. So this is presented in cash basis. I think it tells a story. Internally, Gwen, myself, Carol Smith, and Helena, we have in the Munis systems, we actually input a little different for the POs crossing fiscal years for a project goes across a couple of years. But to explain that with a bunch of different numbers, it would change a lot. So we'll do that internally. The next slide say the use of funds. So in the budget world, there's a source of funds and a use of funds. So the use of funds, and you can divide it by different approaches in the next couple of slides. First is asset category. And if you look at the first blue row, wastewater total, it shows $420 million over the 5-year plan. This looks 6 years. The numbers in gray are not in the totals. The numbers in gray are current fiscal year 26, because the 5-year CIP's starting in 6 weeks, looking forward for 5 years, and at that point forward, $421 million. And if you jump down to the next blue row, water subtotal is $219. So one way to look at it, it's about 2/3 wastewater and 1/3 water on a $600 million type number. The number in yellow shows 640, and what that's made up of, trying to say where we were the foundation, it's $7 million higher in FY26 to FY30. We are spending $30 million less in 26 than what was projected a year ago. So that's rolling into the next couple of years. So you got $37 million there, and there's about a $23 million difference from, or actually $13 million difference from the 5-year plan 6 months ago or a year ago and is now. But you see a $100 million number as a placeholder. Is certainly, we have a list of projects to support that. As we go forward next year or two, that FY30 and FY31 numbers will be more better estimates and closer. But I think important that 640 number, And we're trying to get the engineer firms to look at us a little different in Palm Coast. The contractors know, because they know there's a lot of construction needed here, and several large contractors are very fluent in building large infrastructure the last 5 years. But we're a top 10, 12, 15 max water wastewater system in the state. I could name 7 or 8, and there's another 7, 8 like us in that range. So we're at a $640 million 5-year CIP going forward. I wish I say we was 610 because that means 30 million would have been finished this year, then rolling into the following years. And then another way to look at it is the tile graph. If you run a horizontal line on the top, I got for a few of my friends up here, and Kyle, I got my Gator Blue on today and orange, but the top line's got like a Gator Blue, and then the yellow is for Georgia Tech, and 2/3 of the number is treatment. So in a sense of 2/3 wastewater, 1/3 water, you got another way of looking at it, cutting the assets. 2/3 are for treatment or inside the fence, and 1/3 is outside the fence. So that's just a different way of looking at it. The next slide is the use of funds by project type. And when I came here it was tough for me. I always view project types as these two. We historically been talking about R&R funds, CAC or capacity funds, and debt funded. And I view that as a treasury function, not a project delivery. So I'm trying to change our communication, at least with the team on the utility, or 99% of the team of the utility. Folks, myself and Carol, and 1 or 2 that have a financial, we talk all 3 languages, but I want them to focus on delivering the projects. We got to make sure the POs are funded by the proper source. But the team, operations team, capital team, very small capital team we had, they'd be focused on which funds that's coming from. I want them to focus on how to deliver projects, and we'll work on the funding. So all 4 of these categories here that we have are supported by debt funding in different ways, and we'll go through it. So these asset categories, if you draw a vertical line between the R&R and the CIAC, the R&R is for replacement. If you look at the bottom, it's $262 million is to keep the existing system going. That's about 41% of the funds over the next 5 years. That calculation of 262 over 640. Also, go look on the right. The capacity or CIC projects is the top part is 15% of the 640, about 96 million is on water, and then the bottom right-hand side is 44% is on wastewater. And then let's look at from starting at the top left. That $35 million is a rehab of water treatment plant 1. We also have to the right, we have about $15 million that's going to help capacity in treatment plant 1 to bring back its capacity that's needed. And then above it, the $19 million to expand water treatment plant 3. And I'll drop down to the bottom right hand, the highest numbers, 194. So I want to pick out those 3 or 4 highest numbers. That's taken up almost all the bond funding is supporting those 4 projects. Whether that's 90% or 88 or 92, I don't have a calc in front of me, but those 4 projects are getting supported by the bond. And there's some other, 10, 5, $2 million type numbers that support in some early work on other projects that are bond funded support. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question on the capacity. So from the bond, you said all 4 of these categories are funded by the bond, right?
All 4 are partially supplied, and those 4 projects are the ones that are probably utilizing the $283 million.
Okay.
So there's $1 million or $2 million sprinkle in between different projects along the way to kind of keep it going while the revenue is available.
What portion of the expansion that you have listed is for future growth versus what we need for current residents?
I think, did you ask what portion of the bond, or
Yeah, what I'm trying to ascertain is, so I know the bond is paid for by current residents, but also projected out future utility, right? So the users that we plan for coming online as they move here, which is supposed to, in a way, be fair, right? Because
generational equity, one of the 7 principles of rate making.
Yes, correct. What I'm trying to figure out is if we've actually done kind of the apples to apples comparison as to what was needed to take so that we don't have the overflows that we've had previously, What is paying for what we have currently, what we need currently, and what rates? And if you haven't done the analysis, that's fine, versus what is needed for future and whether or not those specific future ratepayers are the only thing that basically this is providing for. So in other words, I want to make sure current residents are not overpaying for the growth versus it being a very equal kind of spread between usage and payors.
Yeah. There's an expansion calculation in our bond covenants, and that allows, I don't want to say I'm an absolute expert on this, but it basically says how much can future revenues go to debt service to pay for that debt service. And if our debt service is going to kind of cap out right now in 3 or 4 years at $30 million, that's the number that we did from a financial forecast. It was like 80% or higher can be utilized to pay on that debt service. So one methodology is, $24 or $25 million, 83%. It was a number like that, right? Could be paid of the current year revenues to pay debt service on that bond and any other past bonds we had. That's one way of looking at it. So another way of looking at it, I think I mentioned once or twice here, if we're on a major consent order at 6.83 to 10.83, almost all of that is catch-up work. It's really not for future growth. Does it provide us some capacity for future growth? Yes. But that plant needs every bit of that 10 MGD or 10.83. We could go up to top left, the water treatment plant 1. Bonds are going to be supporting that. It's a rehab upgrade processes. And then we went to the right, the second one over, water plant number 1 is expansion. So we try to break up an estimate that 15 million of the 50 is going to be for expansion, and 35 is for rehab of the existing facility. It could be argued that all 50 is rehab, because right now our plant, Pete would correct me a little bit off, but I'm just a minor decimal. That plant's basically about 6 MGD rated, but it's only operating at 4.4. I'm off a little bit on that, but basically it's not running at the level of operation that it needs to be. So I believe we're in a big catch-up mode here, and almost all of the money that we're utilizing is catch-up.
Okay.
Until we get to 30 and 31, in FY 30, 30. The
FY,
next 3
okay.
years is catch-up. Believe me, I'm trying to, that's the way we view it in the project delivery.
And that's really helpful, because I know part of the, I think, chagrin from a lot of our residents, and I think something that some of us up here have expressed as far as concern is that we took out a bond so that we can continue to grow. When I look at everything that you have listed, it to your point, a lot of it is in fact catch up for what's here now. And of course, there is some expansion worked into this, but that's also worked into the rates for the future ratepayers. I just wasn't sure if there was a more specific analysis that you all had done of, hey, what is needed now and what's being paid by current ratepayers versus what expansion does this provide for and what percentage of that is being paid for by future ratepayers.
Yeah, Chris Rowe did one a few months back. That's the bond council, showing that 74% is related to growth, that it can be paid towards growth. I believe that's mathematically, if someone's taking 6.83, but no one wants to run a plant. The DEP, and I'll miss this a little bit, once you get to 50% of your permitted capacity at 6.83, you have to have construction or engineering plans in place. Once you get to 75 or 80, you got to be in construction starting, and we're in the 90s, arguably 101% at one time, right? So we're in that progress. I think there's some room of discussion. As an infrastructure engineer, we're catch up. So I would think that that allows it to be expansion. But most of this work's catch up. When you see some big numbers up there that are for future, you can look at the second, I guess that would be the fourth quadrant, the left-hand side, wastewater, the 53 million. That is right now placeholder in FY 31, which is pulling back to AWT. And that's the bond, that was one of the projects that would have been supported by the second bond deal. So originally, I think it was looked at as going to be $90 million. We had an estimate of more of $45 million a year ago. That's some engineering costs and other stuff. So if that is going forward in 3031, which no one's going to decide that for a while, that would need new bond money. You look at the second one, the bottom right under wastewater, the wastewater plant 3, initial construction, that would be expansion. If I go back to that AWT, that's not expansion. That is environmental. And a lot of times, the world I came from, you borrow money for houses and cars, power plants, substation, transmission lines on the electric side. On the water side, you borrow money for water plants, wastewater plants, major transmission lines, and maybe a repump, or environmental projects. So environmental project is commonly borrowed money for in the utility industry because it's going to be for more of a generational. So that's an environmental item, not increase in expansion. It's a fourth category, right? And I got one more up there that is expansion. You look at the top right-hand side of the water, expanding from 4.5 to 6 MGD. Some of that from 3 to 4.5. Right now, the $10 million we're spending at water plant 3, it's not going to provide new capacity at the moment. It's providing a component. It's going to be almost a backup membrane, but we don't have the wells and the pipes in to give us more capacity yet. A lot of catch up.
So what I was going to add was that even without a single new user or ratepayer, we're still under the consent order. So we still have to do that, and that's the bulk of the money spent. So even at the current situation, we're required to do this without any growth. Is a byproduct of that more capacity? Yes, but we would have to do this even if we weren't building any new houses going forward. The other thing I was going to add in terms of the conversion to AWT, I think that's one that we should focus as much of our grant efforts towards, because I think we've seen in the past that's what DEP has been funding, stuff like this, especially discharge related environmental stuff to reduce the nutrient loads and things like that before it gets back into the environment. So hopefully we can get some help with that too.
Definitely. Concentrate discharge on the water, looking at that, and the brackish water is the other one that very subject to large grants, getting $1 million or $2 million there, but multiple millions of dollars.
Yeah, and that's the words that they used when we met with DEP. As long as the legislature funds the grant program properly, we've seen in recent years that they've pulled back a lot of those funds. So, and it's affected the DEP's ability to give these grants out.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Miller. I believe your comment about it needs to happen, and one of the benefits of there will be some incremental capacity increase, but that's not the driver. The next 3 years of this program is for catch-up mostly. This talks about projects phase that we're in. So if you start to tie to the left, it's just the 5 years. It's a summary of the previous slides in a different view. $640 million in 5 years shows which years are peaking. The first 3 years of the peak, mostly with the wastewater treatment plant number 1 being $200 million the first 3 years. And then to the right, if you look at kind of a clock, we have some, the program 1 is mostly I&I related projects. There's about 5 different line items we have on our list of projects, whether it's, looking at some clay pipes still remaining, whether it's looking at the PEP tanks and redesigning some PEP tanks, certainly not all 18,000 of them, but which ones we could do and look at best in class. Some initial studies of the effluent management or concentrate discharge, pre-design projects, which ones are designed. So about 2/3 of that circle, the projects haven't started construction. The only ones in construction right now is we have, as we speak of 10-1, is about $9 million in construction. When we look at this 6-8 months from now, that's going to switch. That $9 million is going to be over $200 million just of one project alone. So we're on the wheels getting the machine running to be able to get the list of projects into final design. And I think a couple of the council members were asking Carl about a project or two, and I'll touch it. The ecosystem in the engineering world is a lot different than it was pre-COVID Florida. You have this massive growth influx of people, water, wastewater, and other type infrastructure is needed. The engineering firms look different. A lot of them used to be, and it might be some of the industries that you in, used to be probably owned, employee owned, passing on partnerships. Now you got publicly traded engineering firms. You got private equity firms. They all have different incentives, and it's our job to try to manage that. Sometimes it's very difficult. You have they have different incentives. You still have some great engineers, but they're getting pushed by their folks in a different way than they grew up getting pushed. And to manage that process, I don't believe the ecosystems run as efficient as it needs to be in the industry as a professional engineer at this point in time. But what we got to do is have our team, our project managers, our engineers, our construction managers, our finance folks, our procurement. I look at Marcus, we're dealing with an item or two in the construction where they no longer doing the work, dealing with sureties. So we haven't been staffed for that. It's not a positive thing or efficient thing for the industry. So the industry is going through some changes, and we're doing our darnest to help the positive changes going forward. So moving that wheel is very tough. We have reoccurring projects that are capitalized. This is mostly maintenance, pump station pipes that you replace in kind, exactly existing infrastructure. There's no two ways about that. We have some future projects we haven't looked at, and we'll go back down to the MOC. The MOC has $32 million coming out of this R&R fund. It's all funded through R&R. We need a facility. If you were just doing utility blinders on, you might do something different, certainly quicker than a big building, but we are a team, and that's what we're approach. And there's also, and Carl shows there's money coming under the net revenue side, kind of similar to the pilot that goes into MOC. So there's about $45-50 million going to MOC the next 5 years through the utility fund.
Well, it shows, that's kind of that question I had
Yes.
before. That money is not specifically going to water, wastewater.
Let me do exactly for you. There's $3 million on average, so it's 2.9, 3, 3.1, right below the line of net revenues. You have about $100 million in net revenues we're going to have. We're going to have about 50 in O&M in 3 or 4 years, so you get about $50 million in net revenues. $3 million a year under that net revenue line is going to the transfer to the MOC, in addition to $16 million on the water and $16 million in the wastewater from R&R. So those are to fund the MOC. $47 million. It is what it is, and right now we're looking to have a building, and we look forward to be able to have the team working on it. Long term, I know, Orlando built an operations center. It's needed. I wish it was a little quicker. So, stuff on it. So going through that, the future ones, some of those future projects in the gold are not defined great, but we know we need some money for PEPs. We need some money for wastewater plant 3. How those get funded, those decisions will be determined 2-3 years from now. And right now we need to focus on the next 5 pages. Not to go through each page here. In your book, we did update it, and I think Kaylee has the official version. We updated 2 or 3 typos, just somebody caught my double the word tank, but we also wanted to upgrade these slides to the light green, dark green. So this is a stage of looking at, as you go clear on the screen, those projects have not really started design yet. We don't have really money being spent on it. And then as the light green is starting this delivery phase, and dark green is a closeout phase. And then on FY27, we start, I call it a stair step, highest dollar first. If you spend $1.27, you put it highest dollar over. So this is a tool that we can use. We're going to post it out after we refine it once or twice more, just to make sure we don't have any typos in it. We'll post it on the webpage. More for the engineering construction community. Developers will look at that to know if there's projects along roads that they may be looking at. So it's really a start of it. We have other columns in the spreadsheet that tells us what engineering firm, what contractor, what project managers work on it, and we got more blanks than we need on it. So we need to fill that out and how we get our 10% design, 30, 60, 90. Unfortunately, we're seeing 100% design drawings by our engineering firms coming in with just errors that an accountant can find. So we're trying to work on that delivery process, classic project delivery process, and then when you do alternative delivery, I think we're pretty fortunate Wharton Smith's going to build a good plant. Our job is to make sure that it's every dollar is valued, but we're pretty confident you got a contractor under that, you're going to get a good built plant. But some of the other stuff we really need to watch on. So we got about 5 pages of this, broken out from how water starts. The first one was water supply and treatment, water delivery and meters, joint projects that associated with road type work. Then we go, what happens to water? It comes into systems, into facilities, comes out of wastewater collection. You got to collect it through gravity mains, goes to pump stations, and then it goes into treatment plants. And of course, we had the PEP system in between. So how to categorize our work? Because a wastewater treatment plant, engineers and contractors and suppliers are different than you do from a wastewater plant or water plant. So we're trying to break the projects up in groups to manage it the most effective way to deliver these projects as we go forward. There's some placeholder numbers in FY31. That's where the AWT is. We talk about in 30 and 31, about 5 rows from the bottom. There's a chunk of money, about $30 million for wastewater plant 3 that tentatively is going to be, we're doing a preliminary engineering report that'll be located on south side of, Old Kings Road South, the right word, south of State Road 100, part of the old FGUA area. That hasn't been finalized, but eventually we need to have a smaller plant in that area to be more sufficiently. But that's, we'll start studies on that. Really funds for that outside of a preliminary study won't be done until future fiscal years, but putting it as placeholders. And then we have some, summaries at the bottom, 639 million, 640 million final. Different way. Trying to turn the machine to how to deliver these projects. Any questions?
Is that your last slide, Brian?
Yes, sir.
You and I had this discussion a little while back.
Blagger?
Huh?
Oh, go ahead. I should have. I'm sorry.
You're too fast.
I apologize.
And I don't know if it'll come to as a shock to the council, but we had that conversation about how much we should be charging for hookups. Would you try to explain that?
Yes, I'm glad. But I was looking at it thinking I got a 2 o'clock meeting on another thing I owe you, so I'm working on that. But the hookups, right now, if a wastewater plant 1, expansion, we're already on an existing site, count the construction, the engineering money, the construction management money, and until this year, we haven't capitalized any of our internal costs. That's going to be, let's call it $200 million to make the math easy, whether it's 195 or 202, and we're getting 4 MGD. That's $50 a gallon. Right now, our capacity fees for wastewater is in the range of $25 a gallon. Whether it's $24.50 or $25.50, I forget at the moment. So we are collecting right now, after the major increases from 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, we are collecting 25 cents for a gallon of wastewater, and we know it's going to cost 50 on a site that we already own, where we have a little bit of infrastructure that's helping some tankage and things. So the going rate, most of it in North Florida, is more of over $60 a gallon. So if you take that number, we know we're undercharging wastewater. Those are just facts, and there's no two ways about it. Our water system is a little bit different because our embedded costs, our water system, our new waters incrementally cost more money because of treatment requirements of brackish water. So right now we're collecting $16 on water and $26 on wastewater, $42. Again, I might be off at $1. Times it by 200 gallons per ERC residential. Steve will correct me, it's $220 on water, $180 on sewer, but do the math easy. 200 gallons times 42, $8,500. Every house connected or equivalent house is charging $8,500. But if that number is closer to $100 a gallon, because you're going to $60 incremental for wastewater and $40 for water, when you start dealing with concentrate discharge that no one's really solved well yet, but it has to be solved in Northeast Florida. Brackish water, you have higher metallurgy, stainless steels you see on Navy ships, Manels and Hastelloys. I got to say a Hastelloy yesterday. We're talking $100 a gallon times 200, that's $20,000. So what the current charge, $8,500, is clearly more in the range of $20,000 incremental costs. It's whether that's $18,000, 19, 20, 21, 22, the numbers will pan out, and even when they pan out, some will debate them. But there's no two ways about it. They're in the $20,000 range, not the $8,500 range.
And what will we have to do to get there to do that? And will it require a study? And can it be incrementally phased in?
This is for what fee, Mr. Mayor?
Water, wastewater, what we call CIC, which is capacity fees on treatment.
Hookup fees.
So it's not impact fees.
Impact fee is a generic word that.
CIAC, yeah.
I grew up on the electric side originally in my life. CIC's contribution in aid in construction typically is on electric when a big manufacturer comes in. Capacity fees is more the word for treatment of water, wastewater. Impact fee is a generic word, like soda, but I'm drinking Coca-Cola or drinking Pepsi, right? So, and sometimes those words all get mixed up, you know, and they all mean the same thing. They all mean the same thing in many ways.
I just want to make sure I understood exactly what we're talking about as well as anybody out there, that we are talking about the impact fees.
I'll go the way, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't consider hookup fees to be the same thing as impact fees.
I believe when people use the word impact fees and the water wastewater, generically that's used with generically capacity fees, but specific. So I believe that if a house is coming in, there should be a charge around $1,000 to $1,500 for the meter box. We don't have developers put meter boxes in here. I believe I'm right on that, right? They do not. We should have developers put meter boxes in. But for that is the meter and connecting the pipe, somewhere between $1,000, $1,200, $1,500. Then you got another one is for the treatment capacity inside the fence, the water plant, the wastewater plant, the wells, and the well water supply. That is closer to the current cost, about $20,000 per house, and that is called capacity fees in most water wastewater utilities around the country. There's a third one that a lot of utilities will have is a mainline extension or transmission line fee that's more in the range of a couple $1,000s. And that is to pay if Mr. Miller's development A and Mr. Duffy's development B, but as a utility, you want a connected line for reliability, missing links, or efficiency. That middle line is not paid by developer A or B, but we as a utility want it there. That's paid through like a transmission fee. And that's more in the range of a couple $1,000s or $3,000. So you got a $1,000 connection fee for the meter and the pipe connected to the street, a transmission line, which we don't have, that we should look at seriously over the next couple of years. And the third one, most commonly, is a capacity fee for treatment inside the fence and the wells.
So could we start charging the meter box fee now without an ordinance or something to that effect? I mean, what can we do to get that
That
charged?
typically is cost basis, and I believe the council looked at that a couple years ago. I believe we're not that far off on that, but most utilities are usually a few $100s off of that, and then we should be looking at it every several years. I did work, some people would change that every year. I'm not a proponent of that. That just becomes a lot of administrative, but every several years that could be changed, and we will look at that. I believe, I've been saying that for Labor Day. We were getting a lot of this working up here, brought a couple people in to help with our projects where some of the councils approved some major work on the project delivery. I'm going to work on, Carol Smith, myself, and Alina are working on in the fall to create a 10 or 15 page revenue expense model financial plan that's spreadsheet based that kind of summarizes what we pay for the financial forecast that will look at major elements, but it won't be a full cost of service. We will have to, I think when the mayor asked 5 minutes ago, we will have to start a framework of our model and then a true cost of service. About a year from now, we should be starting a true cost of service. There's some rules at the state now. If you go too early, they don't let you impact it. Go ahead and tell us, Helena.
I'm sorry, Helena, you're not close enough to the mic.
We can start the rate assessment after April 1st of 2027.
Yeah, because the last council before, so it was only me. Yeah, we did raise the impact fees to the statutory max. So let me be more specific to help the conversation. The capacity fees we raised to the statutory max. So that's what we're talking about, right? Is that these capacity fees ultimately are not paying for the cost, which we already know. We've been saying that, which is why we did what we did with the other impact fees, and now we're on the losing side of a lawsuit because of it at the current moment. So the utility capacity fees, though, we raised to the statutory max. You're saying in April of 2027, those can be readdressed, but we still have the statutory
We can
limitations.
start the study.
We can start the
Right.
study
then
we
you
can start the
implement it
study.
in 12 months, right?
a year later, yes.
Right, but we still, unless we want to try to prove extraordinary circumstances again, we are still capped at that phase-in process, right, by Florida statute.
There's some discussions in the industry that says water sewer capacity is different than the other stuff. I do not, I'm focused on water sewer, so the other fire, road type stuff. So there's some assessments of that. I think rather than, so I'm not the one to comment on that today, at least, you know. But I do know that there's this 12.5% a year. If you want, you could do 12.5%, 2 years in a
You have
row
to
at
phase it
25%,
in, yeah.
50%.
Yeah,
over
it's a 4 year
4.
phase-in, I
For your
think.
phase-in,
Yeah.
yeah. If
I mean,
you
for
want
my-
to go to 50%, you have to phase it in over 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, for the record, when I was, I mean, it's all public, when in 2011 to 2010 to 13, rates were, I guess that wasn't capacity fees, that was rates were charged, you know, increased 200%. Costs have skyrocketed in the water wastewater infrastructure. So
It
there seems like a
skyrocketed in the
misalignment.
other areas too, when we were still told, you know, we couldn't do that because of SB 180. That being said, I just want to make very clear for the public, because I don't want the public to think that we haven't done everything that we thought we could do from a fee and hookup and all those things. We did a full assessment of all the hookup fees. We tried to raise them. We had the HBA here, of course, doing what they do. We tried to raise them to the max that we felt was fair based on the cost to us, along with the capacity fees. And I will tell you, back then, I specifically asked our legal counsel, it wasn't Mr. Duffy, are we able to do more than the 50%? And it was a very clear to me, no, you cannot go over the 50% max. So to your point, Mr. Roche, you know, our capacity fees treated differently. According to our legal counsel back then, they were not. They were still subject to that. And I thought there was an exception for it based on it being utility. So I would say that we should look into it a little bit closer. But now that we have SB 180, it may be a moot point. I don't really know. But
Yeah. Obviously, we're going to have clarity on some of this stuff before we get back to the study again, based on that timeline. But I mean, based on everything I saw publicly, even a raise of $1 is now illegal according to state law, based on that precedent set by this judge. So, you know,
either way, I
even
support-
50% or extraordinary circumstances, it doesn't matter. Based on that ruling, anything is more burdensome if it goes up by $1.
Right. Well, I mean, I support anything that's going to help the utility, the growth of the utility pay for itself. Just want to be very clear that we did do that as a council to try to recover as much as we could. So I don't want there to be a misconception out there that this wasn't done. It's just that we're capped. At
No, you did that, and there was a suggestion to raise user rates, and you did not do that. So
Correct.
you raised the price on CIAC, you know, costs for development and growth, but kept the rates the same for the users.
until the bond came out.
Right.
My biggest concern is getting the revenue we need to move forward, being able to support with fees that are not regulated by the legislature. And you just said, and you might have went light on that because that's not the number you told me.
That is current numbers, not
the
future
tw-
numbers,
but-
right? You
yeah.
know, a number today is going to be different 4 or 5 years from now.
Yeah, but the number that Mr. Russell and Mr. Flanagan gave me was 20. You told me more like 35.
No, I didn't. I don't believe I said that. I think I said I do know people in the industry. They're saying it's closer to 30,000, and that quick math is clearly at least 20,000. I might have said 25. I don't think I used 35 number, but hey, every now and then my daughter corrects me too. Yeah. So she corrected me yesterday.
But my biggest thing is what we can do as a city without interference from the legislature, but legally justified what we need to do, because we're playing catch up. I don't even know how far back you said we've been playing catch up. You know, as far as, you know, impact fee credits and, you know, all the good old boy network hookups that were happening in the past in this city that we are now paying for, our ratepayers are now paying for. And we need to do everything in our power to get us on track where we need to be. And because I do not, in my time as mayor, I do not want to see us coming back saying, or we need to raise rates again. Because this is not going to happen if I can help it. So you understand where I'm going with that, Mr.
Yeah.
Russo?
I guess my concern, though, is that this ruling was so broad, would they not consider another fee a violation of SB?
Well, it's what's controlled by the legislature. It's what we control and what they control. And we can litigate that if we have to, but if we can justify sound facts showing that this is what we need to do, they might not want to hear it, but we got to do what we have to do.
Well, I mean, here's the problem, and this is where, and I know we're going down a rabbit hole, but I think it's important as part of this overall discussion. As long as the judiciary is going to consider a fee to be a land use regulation, which it is not, in my opinion,
Right.
then SB 180 is going to affect even hookup fees, right? Because one could argue that a PEP tank hookup fee, which we've also looked at, we've had discussions about, and all these other hookup fees, if we raise them, let's say that right now the cost of a hookup is $750, but it's skyrocketed to now $1,500. Well, that's a 50% or 100% raise, right? So is that now considered unduly burdensome land regulation?
That was my point, is that this ruling is so broad and basically rewrites a lot of state law.
Yeah, I don't think it was the intent of if you look at the intent, that right, it was supposed to help people after disaster be able
Reconstruction
to
of
reconstruct, right. That should not bleed over into impact fees and fees of this nature. And I won't foreshadow my position on what we should do next in that litigation, but I think that we have to look at continuing to raise these fees in an effort to be cost recovery and not let this opinion overshadow that, because it's not land use regulation, and I think that as this gets more vetted out, and maybe the legislature will make some changes to clarify it. But I'm with you, Mayor. I also think, because Mr. Roche, you're newer, right, to the team, so as we didn't have you last time we looked at all the fees. So I would encourage council to look at all of those fees again, even if we did raise them last time, because we've got a fresh set of eyes and some different experience looking at them and seeing exactly what council can do. So I'm with you, Mayor. I think that a robust analysis has to be done of all of the fees to make sure you're getting, and to the extent, to your point, that it's not regulated by the legislature, right? Because the legislature doesn't regulate what hookup fees can be charged. I think there's some, but not most. So impact fees or capacity fees are even different from that discussion. So yeah, I wouldn't let the breadth of the ruling affect how we move forward on this stuff. And I know I probably sound flippant in saying that because we have to defend lawsuits if they're filed against us, but I truly think we just have to go a little bit further to get the ruling that's right in this scenario. So.
Yeah, it's wild because, there's a state statute that prescribes how this works.
Right.
And
SB
this
180 ain't it.
this ruling just basically said that statute doesn't count anymore.
For me, we can't let the developers' projects be covered by extraordinary impacts on the existing residents. And that's the way I see it. It should not be costing me an extra whatever for houses coming online. You need to pay that. That's why it's an impact. And I shouldn't burden the impact for you, plain and simple.
That's classic cost of service and water sewer. I think it is worth comment what kind of we got this focus to deliver these projects the next couple of years. The bond deal gets us there. We know we have a timeline where we have to, this new state statute, start looking at the cost of service to meet that date. If you start too early, there's debate whether you start too early, so we're not going to do that. I believe when we do rates, there's a mismatch between the restrictions that the state law says, regardless how it's interpreted, and how the industry has staffed this work in the past years. We don't have a rate team here, and a lot of other utilities are, even big ones. You have to be every single year redoing your rates in a sense. That way you don't have any big jump. And in the same time that happened, capacity costs have quadrupled It's worse with my golf score. In the last 6, 8 years, you know, they a quadruple bogey. That's what it's done. It went from $15 a gallon to 60. So the math doesn't work. That's the only thing that the world has on the side. The math doesn't work the way it's going right now. So we're going to have to stay on it and bring it to the councils, future councils, and we will. And we're trying to develop a team. We got to have a staffing component. We have to have develop a couple people that understand this, can run the numbers, our ERP system to improve, so it's easier to get data out. And we'll do it. You know, that's what we'll keep on bringing forward to you.
We have to do what we have to do. We can't keep burdening the residents with more development, plain and simple.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
And from the utilities, the team of 180 people, if it's not sized right, the system, then you can't develop land. You have to develop the utility system infrastructure as needed to be, and any developer want that to happen. So that's what I got hope on. This is a problem. I mean, we have a great opportunity in Palm Coast where people want to move here. So you got to have water sewer. So let's get it.
Yes, sir. Any follow-ups, any more follow-ups from the council? Was that it, Brian? You're done?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much for your
You're
time
right.
today.
Shorter than Carl, right? I'm talking about my length, not my height.
I don't know, Carl's head should be so big, he should walk slanted when he's walking into a room with all the information he has to hold. Good afternoon, Mr. Mansell.
Is it afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. How are you? I am Matt Mansell, your Public Works Director, and I'm going to walk you through our 2027 proposed fleet management fund and the vehicle purchase and replacement plan for this next fiscal year. Just to get you started with a little bit of an overview of this division, again, I know this is a refresher, but some of the numbers that we go through. Our fleet division is responsible for over 860 assets that they maintain, and this is full life cycle management from the time that a department determines they have a need to the market research that goes into it, the procurement process, all the way through maintaining that vehicle for its entire life cycle, and they handle the replacement and disposal of the old asset at the end of the life cycle. So 860 assets. We're doing that with a total team of 15, 8 of those which are mechanics on the floor, so that comes out to be about 100 assets per technician. Industry standard for the type of makeup of our fleet is about 70-1, so we're definitely a little over capacity there, and I'll talk you through that a little bit more on the next slide. That's over 50 manufacturers, about $60 million in replacement value for those assets. So work orders, this is something we're definitely able to track a little more now through the use of our maintenance asset management program. We are seeing about 3,600 annual work orders. You know, if you take 251 average work days throughout the year, that comes out to be about 14 or 15 work orders per day that crew is completing. And then we have about 8,000 parts purchases that they conduct each year as well. In addition to that, they're handling not just the maintenance side. They've got a software solution that I spoke a little bit about. We have the Faster Fleet Management Program. It also integrates with our Samsara GPS and telematics program and our fuel management system, and all of those systems talk to each other and update each other in real time. It gives us a lot more accurate data when we're working through the life cycle management of those assets. So, I spoke to it a little bit before. This is the makeup of our current staff. So we have 15 total, including the fleet manager, 1 staff assistant. We'd have a fleet shop supervisor that handles the main shop maintenance activities, 1 shop lead, 8 mechanics, and then a service writer and an inventory division consisting of 2 people in that section too. For FY27, we are proposing to add 1 mechanic. That's to support the added assets from stormwater and utility, as well as the rest of the city, but those are the 2 largest kind of adds over the past few years. That also helps us transition as we look to move into the new facility in the next 18 to 24 months or so to get that person on board and trained. And again, we talked about this workload and our facility a little bit. We're currently doing all of that maintenance with 2 main bays, a lube bay, and 2 small engine bays. The rest of the work is pretty much done outside over overhangs or in the field with service trucks. All right, so just working through the numbers a little bit. If you look at the revenues, obviously match expenditures on this allocation budget. So our personnel services shows a slight increase due to that added mechanic, as well as, just some of the increase in merit or COLA, those kind of things. Our operating expenditures, we continue to kind of sharpen the pencil on that. You'll see a decrease in there. So just as we work through, one of the benefits of our process for vehicle replacement is that we're kind of maximizing the sweet spot of when we replace an item before it becomes a maintenance burden, while it's still got a little bit of residual value. And we really want to hit the apex of those 2 points, and we've done very well in doing so. So we're able to forecast some pretty accurate operating expenditures, and you'll see another decrease in next year's budget on the operating side because of that. The internal service fund allocations have seen increases across the board. So again, this division, just like everybody else in the city, pays into, the IT fund, the facilities maintenance fund, all of those internal allocation funds for the support that they require for those things. And then the $3,005 you see on interfund transfers is the IT equipment that would support that one added maintenance position. That's just the initial IT issue. And then capital outlay that we'll work through in the next slide. That's our new vehicle purchases as well as our proposed replacements. And then the future capital outlay replacements, the biggest increase overall, but that is mostly due to the cost of new vehicles and the replacement allocations that divisions are paying to save up for future replacements of those vehicles. So that's a savings back to ourselves, put it in the bank so we can replace those vehicles in future years. And then as we work through the fleet equipment purchase for next year, you can see kind of on the left and the top of the right side of that slide, those are the new proposed equipment. When you heard from the different departments and their individual budget presentations, these kind of reflect back to those. These are the requirements that those departments needed. The stormwater, just to give kind of a brief overview, the skid steer is something that they're currently renting every year, and it's more cost effective in the long run to purchase that equipment. And then when you get into water wastewater fund, I think Brian walked you through quite a few new positions and capabilities that they're bringing on board. So those assets support those. Collection and sanitation does have one F-150. So currently with the 3 personnel that they have in there, they've been borrowing vehicles to do their site inspections in the field. This will allow them to, do that organically, and some maintenance equipment for Parks and Rec. So that total is a little over $1 million. And again, these are based on initial quotes. We are getting quotes in every day that kind of hone in. So we've seen some decreases on some of those line items, but this is the initial quote with the 5% contingency that goes along with it. So, and then for replacements, as we walk through those numbers, I always want to provide you with kind of an overview of how we do this process just briefly. So we had 368 vehicles, or assets, I should say, that were inspected this year that had met or exceeded their life expectancy. So we inspected the records for those assets, we spoke with the users of those assets, and then we conducted hand-on inspections. The initial recommendation was to replace 108 of those 368 assets. We've pared that down to about 99 for our final proposal to council for our replacement process for the year. And of those 99, 53 of those are the golf carts that we're purchasing for golf. So that brings us to the $4 million in replacements there. I do have that list in front of me too, if you have any specific questions about assets that we're replacing. But I believe that is the totality of my briefing to you today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
You want to have any follow-ups for Mr. Mansell?
Just, so we're still buying golf carts? We're not?
Yes, sir.
We're not going to a lease?
Yep.
No.
In terms of these assets for replacement, that's coming directly from the individual budgets of who is getting the replacement?
So it is coming from the fleet replacement fund.
That
but
they
those,
pay in an allocation
those
to.
departments have saved during the life cycle of that asset.
So in terms of
to
this,
replace that when it was due replacement.
the golf course, how is that?
It's the same way. So when those golf carts were purchased, at the beginning of that life cycle, they started making an annual allocation to save up for their replacement.
Okay. And that's coming directly from, I know we don't have an enterprise fund, but direction was to keep it separate. That's
Fleet
coming
replacement
from revenues from the golf course.
That is correct. Yes, it's built into their budget as a line item, and for each of the departments, it gets tracked separately per
Okay.
asset of what goes into the fleet replacement program.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else in the council? That's probably the quickest one today, Matt. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So the last slide here is our remaining timeline. We will come back to council on the 25th. That will be your final proposed budget. At that time, we will really need direction so that we are prepared for the first public hearing, which is basically September 9th here at City Hall at 5:15, and followed by your final public hearing, which will be on September 23rd.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Any further questions before we conclude the presentation?
I'm sorry. Any follow-ups for Helena? Is lunch here, city manager? Okay.
Just,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, if we can have consensus from the council, we'll do public comment and then we'll break 20.
I wanted to just let you know that I have a hard stop at 1:30. Wife's out of town and I got to go pick up the kid from school
I think mine's harder than yours. I'm supposed to be on the road to Tallahassee, so.
right now. Yeah.
So are we in consensus, do public comment, then break for 20 minutes, 20, 30, 20? 20? Okay, we're concerning presentation one, all capital fund and fleet budgets. We're going to open it up for public comment, so if you have any comments, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, Mr. Amaral.
Good afternoon, Tony Amaral, Palm Coast. This is what we're here, infrastructure. You know, we've got to get these roads taken care of. I do appreciate the fact that we are working on residential collectors, which have most deterioration, and it's being recognized as maybe moving that up the list because, as we've heard before from staff over the past 6 months to a year, of the faster the more along deterioration they are, the faster they deteriorate. And those are pretty bad, those roads, and they are servicing a lot of individual houses after that. Stormwater, definitely need to keep up that, because I sat on that board. It's one of those things that we're behind still, so make sure we get the funding done for that. And then, when it comes to your CIAC fees, and you're worried about your future growth and all of that, there is a feature, and I'm not a legal expert in any way, shape, or form. It is called impact fee districts, where you can go as long as they get a direct benefit, because at the end of the day, you still have 6,000 homes potentially being built on vacant lots where the water line is there and has been there for 60 years, and the sewer line has been there for 60 years. And they should not be impacted. They do not cause as much of an impact as a completely new system online. It was brought up last year. It was chosen not to be looked at, but it is something that can be looked at and probably should be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from the council? Okay. Yes. You probably want to make it 30 because it has not been delivered. Okay. All right, let's break for 30. Are we good with that? We'll adjourn for 30 minutes. Right about. It'll be right about 1. We're back in session. I think we have consensus from the council that we're going to flip these two items. Mr. Papa, we're going to push you down the road for another date so you can go about your business.
Yeah, Mayor, if you could, we push it to workshop in September 8, and then the first read to September 15. That's if that's okay with the city council.
Is council good with that? So we're going to flip them. Marcus is going to go into item E3, ordinance, the historical preservation. If I'd have known sooner, I would have let you know, have known sooner, Mr. Pop. I'm sorry. We got a bunch of hard deadline times up here. Yes, sir, Mr. Duffy.
All right, good afternoon, City Council. Mark Stuffy, City Attorney. What I am going to go through here is I presented to you based on the prior direction from City Council at a meeting. You directed me to look and research and draft an ordinance for the city to consider for historical preservation. Before I get into the actual ordinance, kind of want to give you a summary and then next steps based on how we discuss it today. So right now, the city does have some sort of historical preservation ordinance on the books. There are a couple things that I'll go through. What I took from that, I took that and added to what I did in my research of other cities and counties. But after today, the direction would be any feedback from City Council, then it'll be put on the Planning Board's agenda. And after Planning Board gives feedback, then it would go through a 2-read with City Council.
Yes,
all
sir.
right? And so no presentation, just going to walk you through the ordinance at a very high level view. If there's any questions at any time, please stop me. Happy to discuss those. So it would be in Chapter 10, 10.05. So right now, right now on the books, the point of this ordinance is pretty much just to preserve any historical property, where it could be a landmark, it could be a building, could be anything pretty much. And right now, currently on the books, is we had, if anything, any land came into the city, it would have to go through a review process by an archaeologist and by the state office to review and make sure that there is no environmental or historical value that needs to be preserved or reviewed, and then they have to get that certified and sent over to the city. So that's kind of what the purpose that we're going to continue that today, but we made it a little bit more elaborate. So 10.05 is the purpose. Yes, sir.
Real quick. So can you say that again? So an archaeologist, so basically a certified professional.
Yes, it has to be a certified professional, and it has to be approved by the state.
All right. So not a volunteer, but a certified professional.
Correct. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you.
So starting off with 10.05, the purpose of this section is to safeguard and protect the city's significant historic, cultural, and archaeological, aesthetic, and architectural resources to a maximum extent feasible. All right, moving along, the next section are definitions. These are definitions that I took from other cities and counties and made sure that they go with our current land development code and that there's no conflicts, okay? So if there's no questions with the definitions, I'm going to move along to the next section.
Just to pause for a second.
Yeah.
This is just historical, not ecological. This is just historical, not ecological.
When you mean ecological?
Well, environmental kind of things.
Right now, it's just for historical, sir.
Right. So we're not trying to take on the environmental side of this at the same time.
Not that I'm aware of it. I don't believe the ordinance talks about that. There now. When you mean ecological, are you saying?
I meant environmental. Environmental versus historical. We're not.
Yeah, it wouldn't
both.
be environmental. It'd be more focused on historical.
Right.
Okay.
The ecological, a little difference. So.
I'm going to scroll and move on to past the definition portion. And move on to, 10.053. So this is the section that talks about lands not subject to cultural resources survey. That's where I talked about previous lands that are going to be annexed in the city. They have to go through a survey. They have to go through different type of assessments reports. If some land has already been, is in the city and has already done some type of survey or assessment, it concludes that it doesn't need to go through a new one. It has to show that it's done this, has to be presented to the city. Any questions on this portion?
So just, this is basically because before it was only referring to new lands, you're basically saying, hey, nobody will be you won't have to do this again just because we're passing this ordinance.
Yeah, and just a follow on, this was already in our ordinance. So this was there was kind of a two-section, 10.0504, we'll get to the section where it's new lands, but this was about lands that are not subject because they've already done it in the past, or there's been some type of form that shows that they completed the process.
So my only concern about this is the one note that I had for the whole ordinance, actually. It would be for 10.05, 0.03, and 0.04. With the improvements in technology and the way that we're discovering things, I'm concerned that by not putting a temporal component on it, in other words, saying that if you've ever had a survey done in the past, you're not subject to this, versus putting some time on it. So like within the last 3 years, 5 years, whatever it may be. So if you've had a survey, in other words, what I don't want is 30 years from now, or even 10 years from now, land that may have done a survey 10 years prior is now exempt from this, even though there could be incredible technology improvements. Because I know we have lands already that have been, undergone surveys, and Preston's come to me and said, hey, now we know XYZ about this land. So I would just advocate for putting some type of temporal component on this.
Yeah, I can look at the temporary, see what, I'll see what the state, maybe see if the state requires some type of every 10 years if nothing happens to the property or something like that. I will say, and I'm happy to do that, ma'am, but when I was reviewing other cities and counties, the language is verbatim the same, but I'm happy to look at and maybe add some years if nothing's happened.
I mean, as long as we're not precluded from it, then I would say, let's put some type of limit on it.
I support it.
Yeah, I support it depending on the time threshold then.
So look at a time threshold that if it needs to be almost renewed. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, something done 30 years ago, now you can do LiDAR and things like that, didn't exist back then or wasn't cost effective.
Okay. Moving on. So this is where lands are subject. So this is where lands that are coming in that do not have any reports, that have not gone through a prior survey or anything like that, they are required to take place with a parcel that has not previously been investigated for cultural resources, take place with a parcel that contains a site that is listed in the Florida Master Site file as significant or potentially significant, requires further investigation, and takes place with a recently discovered site that has not yet been entered to the Florida Master Site file. Any questions on that section? All right. So this next section, 10.0505, talks about professional qualifications and the survey requirements. So talks about what a professional qualification is. That comes from the Secretary of Interior's historical preservation qualification standards. And then it talks about what requires for a cultural resource survey and assessment. Any questions on that before I move on?
I think that could also apply to the previous question we had about how long. In other words, when you checked about a previous historic review, was that done by a certified person?
So
that might be one way to add to that other comment.
So same thing from council on this one to check, maybe a time period of how long it's good for before it needs to be reanalyzed again.
Yeah. Well, if the previous, even within the time frame, if the previous version of this investigation occurred from a non-certified professional, then
it doesn't yet.
Then they need to redo it.
Right.
Yeah, correct.
And you hear about things all the time, like Greece or I was watching something last night. Oh, Malta, where they discovered some stuff. Is there any way we could put something in where it says, say like here, like the CRA, You're trying to redevelop something, and they're digging a foundation. And they found a Native American burial ground.
Yeah, there's another section that literally talks about that.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Right here.
Okay.
So this is where you're talking about, Mr. Mayor, 10.0506, property containing potential and significant cultural resources sites. So if a property is determined to have a potential significant cultural resource areas proposed for development, the city shall adhere to the recommendations of the state historical preservation officer and shall require the applicant to do one of the following. So that's where preserve it, redesign the development to accommodate, and the property owner may voluntarily fund or seek funding for an excavation of the resources. Any questions on that? No questions. I'm going to move on. All right. Now we're looking at 0.07. This is where, Mr. Mayor, so this pretty much talks about if there's a discovery of human skeletons, if there's discovery of something, what has to happen. And it talks about how a professional archaeologist has to be selected. It can be hired by the applicant. And then they have to notify the Florida Department of Resources in accordance with the federal and state requirements. So they have to hire someone, follow certain requirements, give a letter to the city. These are just certain things that if this happens.
All work has to stop.
Yes.
Yep.
Because it could happen.
No, yeah, definitely. Any questions on this part?
You don't want a poltergeist situation going on.
All right. So next is kind of the main big changes that I believe that you guys wanted. And some of these changes you're going to see is because the goal is here, based on direction from City Council, was to have a historical preservation ordinance that then can be certified by the state. And you have to meet certain requirements to do that. So first requirement is the appointment of a historical preservation officer. So this person would be appointed by the city manager. This is a list of their duties, but pretty much is that where they're scheduling meetings, they're preparing the reports, making sure that things are being prepared and reviewed on the National Register of Historical Places nominations, review applications. They're pretty much a liaison to the board. When I talk about the board, I'll talk about that later. They do, I believe, review, and I'll get into it later, I believe it's called standard appropriation. They would review that and make that decision. And that's when it's something, if you have a special historic district or a property that is designated as historic, and say the owner, after it gets is deemed that wants to make very minor changes that would not deem to be that would alter the property's outlook, that person would make that decision. They would apply to the officer, and they would make that decision. Any questions on that part?
Just the beginning paragraph, up beginning. The appointee shall be experienced with and knowledgeable in architectural history, but not necessarily a certified person.
Correct.
A working knowledge.
More of an administrative
Who
role.
determines that?
It'd be the city manager would appoint someone, and it would, the way the ordinance is written, it'd be someone in the community development department.
Right, I'll be working with Mr. Zobler in this case for identifying that person. Thank you.
Find someone in the department that has a history degree at minimum.
Yes, sir. Any questions on this part? All right, moving on. Here is the preservation board. So this is a board that would review applications. The way I kind of summarize it, think of the planning board, but a board that is focused on historical preservation, okay? I believe I have it set for 7 members. The way it would start, we would have 2 alternates, but 4 of them would have, I believe, a 3-year term, and 3 of them would have a 2-year term to start the staggering, and then after that, everyone would have a 3-year term. I have in here kind of like what we're looking for. It's someone with you'll see right here, members of the residents of the city from disciplines of architecture history, planning, prehistoric, historic archaeology, landscape architecture, real estate, general contracting, or building contracting. Lay persons who are residents, owners of the property located within the city, and individuals engaged in business with the city may make up the balance of the membership. Any questions on this part?
We need 7, 5 not enough?
It can be 5, but I noticed that most cities and counties that have this, the standard was 7. Our planning board is 7, so I was kind of giving that. I'm okay to change it to 5, but up to you guys.
No, sometimes it's hard to find people.
No, I agree.
To volunteer for these things.
Yes. Would you guys be comfortable with just making it 5? 3 primary and 2 alternate?
2 alternates, 5 and 2.
So you're saying 5 and 2 alternates?
No, 5 total, 3 primary, 2 alternate.
Well, how is it structured now? 5, it's
7.
7 and 2.
With 2 alternates, yeah.
I would say 5 and 2 alternates.
5 and 2 is what I would think
Yeah.
might make more sense.
No, he has 7 and 2 alternates.
I have 7 and 2 alternates.
Oh,
sir.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying to reduce it.
So change it to 5 with 2 alternates.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
Yeah, I think, it's going to be difficult to find 7. I'm also concerned with, at least initially, as a young city, we do have some stuff, but, pace of work, if there's not a lot of applications happening and things like that, having 7 people that are going to commit to being there,
Correct.
A lot.
The time commitment is that it would be, they would have required to have 4 meetings a year. The state requires that, so at least minimally meet 4 times a year.
So that's a statutory minimum.
If we want to be certified under them, yes, we require that. It has to be 4. Let me see here. So this is the powers, what they would do. We'll talk about what the duties of the board are. There is one section I'm just going to go to that kind of sums up everything. Let's see if I can find that. Apparently I can't find it. But in here, it does have a section where pretty much they are recommending to the city council properties for designation as historical resources, historic districts, archaeological sites, and zones on the city register of historical places, and monitor the administration and upkeep of local register of historic resources and historic districts. So a lot of their duties are going to be recommendations. One of the only duty that they do make a decision on would be if someone their property was declared historical in nature, and if that person wanted to make a change, then they would review that. It would go before the board and make sure the changes follow what is written in here as deemed allowable. And now if they denied that applicant could appeal that to the city council. Any questions on this part? All right, moving along. So this is just 10.05.11. This is the designation process procedures. This just goes through how recognizing quality design and the construction. So when they meet through these things and they get applications, they're going to have to meet certain requirements, and that's what this process goes through. And it does require, obviously, owner consent. If it ever comes where city council is, or this board is looking at making a historic special district, this process talks about that. You would need more than 50% of the parcel owners. If one owner does not want to be part of it, they would be a non-conforming owner. They would still have to follow the special district requirements. It just would be designate them as a non-conforming owner.
Just one question along those lines. Sometimes when you're dealing with historical sites, it's questions about what it should be named, or what the common name we would use for it. So would this board have anything to do with that?
They would, if that special district came forward, they would make a recommendation to you guys, and you guys would make the final decision on the name.
But
and
is that covered by what you put in?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so that, again, this is just going through the historical process. And it talks about the public hearing. So this talks about the procedure of notifications and letting all the owners know. Okay. Any amendments? This point 12 talks about nomination to the National Register of Historical Places. This is something that the board will review with the office, the historical officer. That would be one of the goals, to get properties on the National Register of Historic Places. That's one of the qualifications, being if we fall under the state, it helps get grants and funding of that nature. Any questions on this section? All right, moving along. Certificate of historic appropriateness. This is where I was talking about if someone already had a home that was deemed historic of nature and they wanted to make changes, this would be the process that they go through.
That'll be a long time from now since we're so
Yes, sir.
young.
Still required, though, by the state.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to the next section. That talks about demolition, what they would have to do if someone would want to tear down the property. That would be the process of going through it. And then this is just administration enforcement. This talks about if someone has a property that is historical in nature, but do not have the funding to keep the property up, or want to make changes and can't make the cost because it's historic, they would go through this process to look for a waiver, pretty much. And then these are the appeal processes, violations. If this ordinance is violated, code enforcement would be the people that would investigate that area. And that is it in a very quick summary. Any questions?
Any questions from the council? No questions?
There's just one comment, just a good work on this. I think, when we look at what we asked for, this I think meets our intent. Plus, it adds another layer of protections to these potential sites, and also puts us in line with the state requirements, in order to be able to put in for grants and the federal registry and everything else. So this really postures us in a better position to really take care of our historic sites. So thanks for the good work on this, and I'm very happy with the updates.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, Marcus.
Right.
Any further comments? We'll open this up for public comment. You got something, Mr. Amaral?
Mr. Zepp got in there and gave more detail. Couple questions about this that I might have missed because I missed the first couple minutes. Are we saying that all land, does that mean the last lot in the F section that's 80 by 125, does that need to get a historical review done to it? Because there is no distinction as far as I can tell in this. I mean, I understand large parcels, I understand the reserve parcels because they haven't been touched. And if that is a requirement, do we have any idea what that would cost for that lot to do that? The other thing is, since there is no historic district yet in place, what happens to a home that was built in the 70s on a canal and it's got 200 feet of bulkhead on it, and someone wants to come in and they like the land, they don't like the house, they want to take down the house and rebuild, because that is allowed, it has been allowed, and it's been done actually in the past when costs were going up. And then lastly, would the city have to qualify for this to go before the review? Because I know there's talk of rehabilitation and changing the structure, if you will, of Firehouse 22, the existing one, not the new one, obviously. How would that work, and would that be in effect? Because you would be altering the shape, the color, everything else. So those are just three questions that I figured I would ask because I didn't get quite clarified for it.
I love it. Thank you, sir. Preston, do you have anything?
Butt's numb. The house changes, or like Fire Station 22, only matter to the National Register of Historic Places. It doesn't, I mean, if if we have our own city designation, it might, but it really matters to National Register. Fire Station 22 will not be able to be on the National Register. It's going to be changed way too much. You can only change, you've got to have 80% of the structure original, and it's been changed a couple of times, but the new design just totally wipes that out. 10.5.4, this goes, Hewitt Sawmills where I got my start in all this. When they developed Sawmill Estates, they wiped out a bunch of lots, or a bunch of historic sites that weren't in the paperwork when they initially submitted in 2002. Like you said, technology's changed. I don't sleep anymore because we're always looking up new information and new stuff's coming up. Yesterday I was out in the swamps looking for a new plantation that was here in the 1820s. So if it's an unknown site, when they submit the paperwork, then it's going to be gone. And then later on, we'll find the site. The LDC might cover the timeline part. I think originally it was within 10 years. They had to do the historic site surveying. Like I said, with the Sawmill Estates, that was done in 2002. They didn't start developing until 2023. Because of that, we lost some significant sites. National Register of Historic Places requires owner approval before we can put a site in the National Register, before we can even submit it. Neoga out in the western expansion is a good example. It should be on the National Register. It should be part of the Black Historic Trail. But unless Radiant says, yes, you can, then we can't. We can't do the paperwork on it. 3 Casper Drive is eligible for National Register because it was the very first house built here and it's still standing. And Palm Harbor could be a historic district under the National Register just because it's got 30 houses that are 50 years old. Other than that, I don't know what you want.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? We'll bring it back to the dais. Marcus, can you follow up on those questions?
Yeah. So right now, how the ordinance that is on the books, not this ordinance, it reads up there 10.0504, which says land subject to cultural resource investigation. A cultural resource investigation shall be accomplished before the issue of a development order or permit or prior to the commencement of construction activities or any other physical disturbance of land that takes place within a parcel that has not been previously investigated, takes place within a parcel that contains a site that listed in the Florida Master Site File, or takes place within a recently discovered site that has not yet been entered into Florida Master Site File. So that's currently what the city has. So, Mr. Emerald, I wonder though, the property you talked about, it could have been part of a larger plat back then and could already have something on file. And that's what I would say would happen in that. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's already something on the books that says that they did an investigation. Now, that could be changed if you guys require every 10 years or something like that. But that's how I would read our current ordinance. The other questions were if anybody wanted to, what were the other questions? Sorry, sir. I think there was something about what were your other questions? So if it's deemed, so in order to get on this, the owner has to apply, right? So the previous owner would have had to apply. So if they did that, then yes, they would have to go through the deconstruction process.
And it'd have to.
I think and then if it's special districts, again, you have to have, I believe it's 50+ % of the parcel owners wanting to consent to the special district.
Okay.
I have a question. Just for people to be on notice. So let's say in Mr. Amaril's example, a home got this designation. A buyer comes along and buys the property. Is that recorded somewhere so that buyer is put on notice?
It should be, because they would have to be, I will make sure it's recorded.
Yeah, we would want, so essentially we'd want that to pop up in a title report.
Yeah, you would
Yeah,
want
that's
to.
what I
Yeah.
was- it should be, please check, but there should be some sort of disclosure to the buyer, right?
I would assume right now that is, but if we went down this route, I would make sure it's added in the ordinance
Yeah, we
that
want, yeah,
it's
we'd want that.
recorded.
Mhm.
Yeah, I saw, I forgot if it was a news report or something. A lady just replaced the windows in the city. You saw that article too?
It happens all the time in Jackson, the Springfield area. People do that, and they get in big trouble because those windows are expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else from the council? So we're good to go? Move forward with that? And this has to go to the planning board?
There goes the planning board and then 2 reads.
2 reads for us, okay. All right, we're done with that item. We're moving on to our final public participation, public comments. Any final public? Yes, Ty, have a good day. Final public comment, does anyone have any public comment? Please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. We'll move on to discussions of matters not on the agenda by the city council. Councilman Gimbur, you got anything?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Mr. Sullivan?
Just wanted to reiterate what we're going to discuss on the 25th. There's going to be essentially 2 meetings. And one is concerning the budget, and the other one is concerning the MPD.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
It's going to be a marathon
Are there
session.
established times? Are they like one in the morning, one in the afternoon, or is it back to back?
It'll just lead into the next one. We might have to
Just for
take
people who
we
wanna
might have
show
to take a lunch break.
Yeah.
Is that all you had, sir?
Yep, just wanted to make sure we're clarified on that.
Councilman Miller?
As someone mentioned orange and blue, so go Gators.
Vice Mayor?
Had to get that in. No meeting next week because it is election day. Everybody, please, please, please go out and vote. Early voting is the best way to do it because you don't have to be at your precinct. You can go to any of the locations that we currently have for early voting. So please go vote. And then school started, obviously. So everybody, please be more careful driving, particularly on our neighborhood streets, and don't go around school buses. It's not that important. You put kids in danger. So please, just everybody drive safe, and looking forward to getting a great voter turnout.
Thank you, ma'am. And if you're riding a bike or e-bike, wear a helmet.
Yes.
For me, I'd like to give a shout out to the IT department. I just talked to Doug this morning. Everyone knows that we had the internet problems last week for that meeting. The city, they bought Starlink, and Starlink saved the day. Very quickly, they turned it around in like 2 hours. They got it set up and going. And the great thing about Starlink, I have one. I have the Mini for RVing and stuff. The great thing about Starlink, when it's not in service, if you're not using it, you just suspend it and you don't have to pay for it. Because you've already bought the equipment up front. All you have to do is turn it on. When I get to Tallahassee, I'll turn mine on. So shout out to Doug and his guys for taking care of that. And that will prove very beneficial during storms.
Can I just piggyback on something
Yes,
about
ma'am.
IT, Mayor? So we also, in the city manager's report, there was a story about our mobile app, which I'm super proud of. So it says, the headline is award-winning and built for you. Palm Coast mobile app surges ahead in Florida. The city of Palm Coast is thrilled to announce it has been awarded the 2026 Florida Local Government Information Systems Association Award, that's a mouthful, for innovative use of technology to serve the public, a statewide honor recognizing cities that push boundaries and elevate resident experience through forward-thinking digital solutions. So congratulations to IT, to the team that worked on the mobile app, and looking forward to more and more improvements that come out for the app as well. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry about that, Mayor. Thank you.
No worries. Mr. Attorney Man?
There we go. Sorry. It was turning red only. So I have 2 quick updates for you. So first is that I'm going to call for another shade meeting with the Palm Coast Holdings case. And then additionally, I'm going to be asking for, continue to ask for a shade meeting with the HBA case. One is that we did have a ruling on Friday in the HBA case. We currently do not agree with that ruling, and we are evaluating an appeal. And right now, our recommendation that the city does appeal that ruling, and I'm looking for consensus from the city council to give us that authority.
I would like us to
Right
appeal.
now or in the shade meeting?
Right now.
I have no problem with it.
I agree.
Yes.
Okay.
You have consensus.
Perfect.
Anything else?
And then there is a tentative special business meeting scheduled for Wednesday next week, just FYI. Want to make sure you guys are tracking that and more to follow on that, okay?
All right, thank you, sir. City manager?
No, sir, nothing extra. Thank you.
All right, everyone have a good week and
Vote.
Motion to adjourn.